morning, folks. It's 9 o'clock, and I'd like to call to the meeting to order for this special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee meeting. I'm Shane Getson, MLA of Lac Saint Parkland, and I get to chair this today. I'd like to ask all members that are with us here, starting to my right, go around the table, introduce themselves, and then we'll go to the folks on the phone.
Emily Grant Hunter from Tabor Warner.
MLA Garth Rosal, Vermilion, Lloydminster, Wainwright.
MLA Ron Weeb, Grand Prairie, Wapiti.
Morning, everyone. MLA Brandon Lunty, Leduc, Beaumont.
I guess I'm the next one. Morning, everyone. Court Ellingson, Calgary Foothills. So I was used to PAC, where there's like a long line of people here. So.
Irfan Sabir, MLA Calgary, Balor-McCall.
Hello, everyone. Rachel McGraw, Research Officer.
Trafton Koenig, Law Clerk.
Good morning, Nancy Robert, Clerk of Journals and Committees.
Good morning, Aaron Roth, Committee Clerk.
Perfect, and then we'll go online for those that are there. So I see MLA Petrovic.
Good morning, Chelsea Petrovic, MLA for Livingston McLeod.
I see MLA Arkan Paul.
Good morning, MLA Arkan Paul, Edmonton West Henday. Sorry, I can't go on camera, I'm driving.
And MLA Ip.
Good morning, everyone. Nathan Ip, MLA for Edmonton Southwest, and I'm on my way to be there shortly.
Perfect. Well, gentlemen, I can appreciate it. I was about 15 minutes later than I usually am as well, so please do take your time out there today and drive careful. Lots of folks learning to drive today, apparently. So we do have some substitutions today. So Mr. Lunty will be in for Mr. Wright from 9 a.m. until 2:15. So thank you for that. Ms. Armstrong-Hominiak for Mr. Wright from 2:15 until 3:45. Mr. Weeb for Mr. Long. Mr. Hunter is acting Deputy Chair. Ms. Petrovic for Ms. Lovely from 9 a.m. to 9:45. So a few housekeeping items to like to address before we return to business in hand. Microphones are operated by Hansard, so we can keep our hands off of those. Appreciate that. Committee proceedings are live streamed on TV and the internet and broadcast to Assembly TV online. The audio video stream transcripts from meetings can be accessed on the Legislative Assembly website. Those participating by video conference are encouraged to turn on your camera when speaking and mute your microphone when not speaking. Members participating virtually who wish to be placed on the speakers list are asked to exchange an email to the committee clerk, or if you can use the function, throw your hand up on screen. We can see that most times. And then again, members in the room looking on the speakers list, you know the rules by now. Throw your hand up so you can catch the chair's attention here live in person. And then put your cell phone to the least disturbing mode that you have as possible, so we're not disturbing the meeting. Any other items, actions? We have approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the draft agenda? If not, I would love to have someone to make a motion to approve the agenda. MLA Hunter, all in favor? Aye. Not opposed? Good. Don't see anyone. All in favor online?
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We have a draft, I guess went through that. So now we have the minutes are taken care of. Next we have the draft meetings, the minutes, June 17th. Are there any errors or omissions to note? If not, would a member like to move those as well? MLA Roswell? And I would assume it'd be that we're accepting the conflict or the approval of minutes as distributed as amended on the 17th. And all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? On the line, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Hearing none, motion carried. Now we're on to the fun part. Review the Conflicts of Interest Act. So honorable members, there was a late submission. On July 25th, 2024, the committee received a written submission in relation to the committee's review of the Conflicts of Interest Act. The submission was received well past the committee established deadline of April 8th. For the submission to be received as part of the committee's review, committee members will need to decide whether or not to accept it. I'll open the floor. So again, this was a very late submission, a couple months late. I want to leave it to you guys. MLA Roswell.
Yeah, it's, we've had a thorough review process of about a year and received many submissions from many stakeholders, so we won't be accepting late submissions. And like you said, this one's been late by over a month. So, and the committee had already agreed that the consultation process had stopped, so I think we should just not accept it.
Appreciate that. Any further discussion? So, I guess we'll just move on. Issues and proposal of documents. So members, at the committee's June 17th, 2024 meeting, the committee directed the Legislative Assembly Office to prepare a summary of issues and proposals identified in written submissions and oral presentations provided in relation to the committee's review of the Conflicts of Interest Act. This document was posted at the committee's internal website for members to review. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Rachel McGraw. I said that correctly? Good. There's a first time for everything. Thank you. Research Officer, Legislative Assembly Office, to provide an overview of the document. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the committee as well. Good morning, everybody. In this brief presentation, I'll lay out the structure of the issues and proposals document and how to use it. I realize some members may be already familiar with issues and proposals documents, so this may be a bit of review for some of you, but I hope all members will benefit from the overview, as the document is intended to assist the committee as you move into your deliberations. As you likely know, the document is a summary of the issues and proposed amendments to the Conflicts of Interest Act brought to the attention of the committee by stakeholders and members of the public during the committee review process. The purpose of the document is to assist the committee as you engage in deliberations to make recommendations regarding the Conflicts of Interest Act. Please note that the issues and proposals document is not a comprehensive or exhaustive summary of all the opinions and comments made by stakeholders and private citizens in their submissions. For the full text of the written submissions, please consult the internal committee website, and you may also wish to consult the summary of written submissions prepared by Research Services on April 12, 2024, and the transcript of the committee's meeting on April 25th, 2024. For a full text of the oral submissions, please consult the transcript of the committee's meeting on June 17th, 2024. The structure of the issues and proposals document is as follows. Section 1 is an introduction. Section 2 suggests how to use the document. Section 3 is an executive summary of the issues and proposed amendments. The substantive section of the document is Section 4, which presents the summary of issues and proposed amendments found in the written submissions and oral presentations of stakeholders and private citizens made to the committee. The committee received 12 written submissions from identified stakeholders and a private citizen. The committee also heard 6 oral submissions during its review. Complete names, titles, affiliations, and the abbreviations used in the issues and proposals document to identify the submitters are listed in Sections 5 for written submissions and Section 6 for oral submissions. The core of the document, as noted, is Section 4, Issues and Proposals. This section is composed of a series of tables that detail the specific issues and proposed amendments offered to the committee during the review process. Members can see this section starting on page 5 of the document. You can see that there's a set of tables that are made up of 4 columns. The first column, titled Issues, is a short statement of identifying the specific issue. The second column, Proposals, outlines what suggestions, comments, or proposed amendments submitters have offered to the committee. The third column, Notes, offers the committee additional notes or comments, such as submitters' rationale, suggested rewording of the provisions, cross-jurisdictional information, or other information that may be relevant for the committee as you deliberate. The fourth column, Relevant Sections, contains a transcription of the relevant sections of the Act for reference and context. The issues and proposed amendments are grouped into 13 tables, which are organized thematically. The tables are generally presented in the same order as the relevant sections of the Act itself. The 13 tables are titled Organization of the Act, Consistency and Definitions. Table 2 is Public Confidence, Accountability and Transparency. 3, Direct Associates. 4, Gifts and Benefits Provisions. 5, Travel on Non-Commercial Aircraft. 6, Contracts with the Crown. 7, Disclosure Statements. 8, Financial Matters. 9, Employment and Post-Employment Provisions. 10, Investigations of the Ethics Commissioner. 11, Administrative Penalties. 12, Codes of Conduct. And 13, finally, Other Recommendations. I will just end by reiterating that the document is intended to facilitate the committee's work. And I just want to clarify, the committee, of course, has discretion over whether or not to consider the issues and proposals brought forward by stakeholders and members of the public in their submissions. And also, the committee has discretion over what order to consider the proposals. The committee may also consider other issues related to the Conflicts of Interest Act that were not brought up in the submissions. And that concludes the presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about the document the committee may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that. Are there any questions, comments, concerns for our good doctor here? Once, twice, sold? Excellent, thank you very much for that. Members, now we've arrived at the stage of our review of the Conflicts of Interest Act, where members may deliberate on the information the committee has received and propose any recommendations in relation to the Act that they wish to include in the committee's report to the Assembly. I'll remind the committee members that Mr. Josh DeGroot of the Office of the Ethics Commissioner and Mr. Mark Ammon, and if I messed it up, I apologize. So the two gents in the back row over there. Awesome, thank you. They're both here to help with our deliberations, so they're here to act as technical advisors. They're not as stakeholders. So in this role and capacity, they've already had a chance as stakeholders to submit their recommendations. They're here to literally assist the committee with any technical questions we may have. Any questions on that? Pretty clear? Very cool. Honorable members, now it's time. Now we get to go to the part. Are there any further motions? Comments? Where are we at here? Sorry, I lost my place. I'm sorry, guys. This day has just been a cluster starting out with, so hopefully folks at home can appreciate that too. So at this time, I'd open the floor to any comments, questions, concerns, or motions from members. Does anyone have any motions you might want to consider? MLA Ellington.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended to enable the Ethics Commissioner to initiate an investigation at the discretion of the Ethics Commissioner.
And do we have that one up online? I'm just going to make it bigger here. Excellent. Want to just confirm, MLA, that we have on the screen there what you've read?
Correct.
Excellent. Open it up for rationale or reasons, and then if there's any deliberation.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm drawing from the submission that the committee had previously received from the office of the previous Ethics Commissioner, Marguerite Tressler. And I'm looking at her recommendation number 4. So we can see that there are several recommendations that she has submitted. And looking at recommendation number 4, she believes that the continuing investigations that the Conflict of Interest Act had been previously revised, amended to suspend investigations from the Ethics Commissioner during election periods. And she was saying that this would, that in doing so would, delay investigations, suggest that that investigations of those members would not be proceeded, and that the recommendations are that it is the purview of the Ethics Commissioner to undertake those investigations. And so she's providing the advice that be a provision in the Conflict of Interest Act.
Okay, we'll open up to the floor for any comments, questions. Emily Rosewell.
Yeah, I think the motion might be unnecessary. I think in Bill 8 of 2023, there was a amendment passed there to deal with this specific issue, so I think we'd be voting against this motion.
Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question. Oh, go ahead, Emily Sabir.
Can Member Roswell, question for him. Can you expand on which amendment you're referring to, 2023? It's an important motion, and I guess we can all agree that Albertans deserve and want to have a government that is honest, that is ethical, and to that end, Commissioner plays an important role. And Commissioners should have those powers that where they see some unethical behavior, that they should be able to investigate on their own initiative.
Emily Hunter.
I just wanted to say that in Section 25 Sub 1 of the Conflict of Interest Act, which already states that the Ethics Commissioner may initiate an investigation if the Commissioner has reason to believe that an individual has acted or is acting in contravention of advice, recommendations or directions of or any conditions of any approval given by the Ethics Commissioner. I believe that this is that this motion is unnecessary, as the Ethics Commissioner in Section 25 Sub 1 already has that ability.
Emily Roswell, you had your hand up, or did he take the words right out of your mouth? Okay. Any further deliberation? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed, please say no. No. And then to the folks online, those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no.
No.
Okay, I believe the noes have it. Any other motions that members would like to propose? Are there any other motions, members? MLA up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to propose a motion that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to prohibit a member from using the member's office to influence or seek to influence decisions made by any other person for the purpose of furthering that member's private interests. I think this motion speaks to really the foundational concept of trust in government and frankly the very foundational mandate of this committee and the Conflict of Interest Act. Currently, what we see in the Act is that it is a very sort of limited scope from which something can be considered to be advancing a private member's interest, and I think the vast majority of Albertans would not agree with that narrow definition. We have to ensure that Albertans have broad trust in the activities of this government, of all members, frankly, and this is as much for the protection of private members as it is to prevent any sort of undue influence. The concept of, or frankly, the optics of undue influence can in fact be very damaging to this institution, and so I think this motion will allow a broad latitude for to prohibit any such activities in the future.
Thank you for that, MLA. I see MLA Hunter.
Mr. Chair, I don't see the reason why we should do this. There's already scenarios captured in the Act. There's provisions in place to make sure members are not using their position to further their own private interests. It's very clearly articulated, and I mean, I've been doing this now for almost 10 years. I know that there's another member that's also done that, been in here for 10 years. I know that's a new member, but this is, there's already robust provisions within the act to address the issues that the member just brought up, and I don't see any reason why we should vote yes. I will not be voting yes in favor of this.
Any other deliberation? MLA
Try and
Sabir?
I can provide some good reasons that might change Member Hunter's position too. The current provision, there is one provision that deals with influence, and that includes members if they influence a Crown decision. And we have seen over and over that there are many instances where members are able to influence decision to further their interests, but they are not covered by the current conflict of interest provision. And the commissioner, outgoing commissioner, has recommended that and publicly commented on that. That would be situations like when former Minister of Justice, Casey Madhu, he got a traffic ticket, called Office of the Chief of Police in Edmonton. That wouldn't be caught by this provision. But we can all agree that that's not the right thing to do. So this amendment essentially will capture instances like that where private members are using their office, using their position to influence a decision that furthers their private interests. So that's squarely, I guess, targeted at capturing those instances where members are using their office to further their private interests. It's an important amendment, and I think that we have that opportunity to make that recommendation and get this one right.
Okay. Any other further conversation or discussion?
Yeah, I think
Oh, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to add further that in the submission from the previous ethics commissioner, she points out that the current Conflict of Interest Act has provisions only on influence of decisions by or behalf of the Crown, and she's noting that both the Federal Act, the Ontario Act, the British Columbia Act, and the Saskatchewan Act all make references to influences on as a decision of another person. And so what she's suggesting is that there are kind of like gaps in what is covered in referencing only the Crown and not referencing another person. She places it as a high priority that we look at these other acts as good practice, and that we should consider this amendment to the Conflict of Interest Act.
Okay. Any further discussion? MLA Hunter?
Look, in terms of Mr. Severe's comment, the Act already prohibits members from furthering their private interests. In the case that he was referencing with Mr. Madhu, who is a good friend, a person that I know very well, I think he was already sanctioned for that, reprimanded for that. So it proves that it's actually working. So I'm not sure why we have to do this. So I will still be voting no.
Okay, well, with that, without going into a bunch of other things outside of here, I'm prepared to call the question. We do have, I believe, 20 some odd ones to get through today. So gentlemen, you got lots of time to debate on a number of items. So with that, I'm going to put this one to question, and then we can get on to the next one here, and hopefully we'll have more fulsome debate and conversations here to go forward. So with that, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. Online, those in favor, please say aye. And those opposed, please say no. No. Okay, motion is defeated. Recorded vote has been called. So the process with this is the clerk will go around and raise your hands if you're in favor of it in the room. And the clerk will call your name, and then we'll do the same for the opposed. So all those in favor of the motion?
Member Epp, Honorable Mr. Sabir, Member Ellingson.
And those opposed in the room?
Honorable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Lunty.
In favor online, please indicate so. Opposed online, please indicate so.
Ms. Petrovic. their hand. Yeah. Mr. Chair, total for the motion 3, total against 5.
Okay, motion is defeated, and so ordered, I guess, as the speaker might say. So with the next, are there any other motions that members may have for the Conflicts of Interest Act that they would like to bring forward this time? MLA Sabir?
Just one sec. One second, my computer screen got stuck.
Sure, don't worry. I still think we should get elevator music in the background for all of this deliberations anyway.
So, my motion is that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that government introduce a bill that would, if enacted, repeal the amendment made to Conflict of Interest Act by the Justice Statute Amendment Act 2023.
We have it up on the screen there now. If you just want to take a look, make sure that's what you have.
And I think reason for this is fairly simple. If we look at jurisdiction across Canada, no other province has gift limits at where these changes put Alberta's gift limit at. All other jurisdictions have somewhere between 200 to 250. Second thing, that those changes also created a lot of loopholes in terms of fees, in terms of getting skybox tickets that were part of, I guess, public discourse lately as well. And that didn't serve members well, that didn't serve even government well. So I think the changes that were made were out of line with all other jurisdictions. And if this committee would recommend that we repeal those changes, that will bring Alberta in line with all other jurisdictions and make our gift provisions better and stronger.
And we'll open up the floor for debate. MLA Rosewell.
Yeah, as the members opposite are aware, event attendance and acceptance of gifts is often an incident protocol or part of the social obligations of our roles. Alberta requires that a member disclose gifts over 250 and must comply with instructions that the Ethics Commissioner provides with respect to the matter, including whether or not to keep the gift. In comparison, and to provide some context, BC, Ontario, and the federal government all require disclosure but no approval from the Ethics Commissioner. The amendments made to the rules last fall were important to update the monetary limits on gifts to reflect current realities. The original price limits were set many years ago and had not kept pace with inflation or the rising costs of goods. So it just made it more real to what it is today.
Anyone else wishing to comment or debate? Just raise your hand and I'll give you. Here we go, MLA Alex.
Yeah, I think that like suggesting that all of the gifts that are being accepted are a matter of protocol is maybe a bit false, and we maybe need to bolster the Conflict of Interest Act to catch some things and revert back to those previous amendments that were made. I mean, I think we have all come to learn that the skybox tickets that were accepted from the business that was providing the Turkish Tylenol deal was perhaps not a matter of protocol, and that if we had not previously made those amendments to the Act, that there would have been a different path forward for those kinds of tickets. And we believe in disclosure and approval and justification for events and tickets. And we think that that's an example where there was no justification. And so we'd like to revert back to the way the Conflict of Interest Act was previous to those amendments made.
Thank you for that. And just a couple housekeeping items. So MLA Lovely has joined us. If I could get you to read your name to the record here as
Good
well.
morning, everyone. MLA Jackie Lovely from the Camrose constituency.
And now that we have the substitutions that we're, subbing on and off the ice, so to speak, pardon the parlance, MLA Petrovic is out for the voting, but she can still listen. MLA Lovely now has the vote. So all that we're clear. And we'll open up for further deliberation on this motion. Seeing none, I am ready to put it to question. So all those in favor of the motion as proposed, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Okay, I think the noes have it. Online can't vote. Oh, right. Got you, clerk. You tried to, that was a good test. Thanks. Clerk's testing me here today after the slow start I had this morning. So, motion defeated. MLA Ellingson. Sure. So a recorded vote has been requested, so the clerk will call your names. Please raise your hand in the room if you're in favor of the motion.
Member Yip, Honorable Mr. Sabir, Member Ellingson, Member Arkan Paul.
And those opposed, please raise your hand.
Honorable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Weed, Mr. Lunty, Ms. Lovely. Mr. Chair, total for the motion 4, total against 5.
Okay, that motion is defeated and recorded. Any other motions members would like to bring forward? MLA Arkan Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, sorry.
You may promotion.
Point of order. I move the motion 3. We should have it up on the screen.
If you just want to read it, we'll make sure
yeah.
the clerk gets it in and
So
just
that
verify.
I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to prohibit a member from taking part in a decision in the course of carrying out the functions of the member's office if there is a reasonable perception that the member's ability to take part in the decision must have been affected by a private interest of the member or a person directly associated with the member, including the member's spouse, adult interdependent partner, or minor child.
And if you just want to take a look at what's on the screen and confirm that that's what you just read.
That is correct.
Excellent. So with that, deliberation and reason for argument is open to you, sir.
Thank you. Albertans put us in this position and expect us to do things in the best interests of Albertans. And when we might have a direct or potentially arm's length interest in business or in a decision that might affect some benefit for an associate, direct associate, or even for the member directly. We need to have clarity in the Conflicts of Interest Act to reflect this. We can think of some modern examples. We unfortunately got a late submission as well via email where this was raised by an Albertan, a private citizen. And I speak specifically of a minister in which there was some private interest that might have colored the ability to make decisions in the legislature. So when we make decisions in that space, in the House, we should be doing so without any direct corresponding benefit to our own direct associates or to ourselves personally. So an amendment for this would ensure that Albertans can trust that every MLA acts in the public interest. And this is for all members. This is not specific to ministers, it's for all members. I would want to make sure that I am doing my job properly, that is in the best interest of my constituents and all Albertans, so in that way they have trust in the systems that we have built and that we carry out every single day. It would strengthen the Act to help ensure that, so being able to provide that assurance to Albertans and certainly for members to understand their responsibilities to their constituents and to all Albertans. It's already the case for public service and public agencies. It makes sense to afford this understanding for members as well, for all MLAs in this House. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MLA. We'll open it up for any deliberation. MLA Hunter.
So the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act, it already, sorry, so this committee is questioning or going through these issues, but I guess the question I have is that it says perception, a reasonable perception. I mean, look, you're either guilty or you're not guilty, and remember that you're not guilty until proven guilty. And this is important, this is part of the rule of law, and this member is actually a lawyer, from what I understand. He knows that. And unfortunately what happens in being in politics is someone will, and I've seen this happen from the opposition, they'll throw something out there, and if the media picks it up, then that person is guilty by virtue of just what's been said in the media. And the perception out there is that they're guilty without going through due process. I think that this is not really what it isn't what we're set up in our system of having due process and making sure that someone is guilty when they are found guilty, not by what someone says that they're guilty. So the reasonable perception, I think that that's flawed, and I don't see any reason why we should be in favor of this. But Section 2, Sub 1 in the Act already states that a member may not take part in a decision in the course of his or her office or powers, knowing that the decision might further a private interest of the member, a person directly associated with the member, or the member's minor or adult child. So it's already in there. We have provisions within that in Section 2, Sub 1. So I don't see any reason why we should change this at this point.
Okay, I'll open up to the floor from our, either the MLA or Kent if you wanted to respond, or MLA Sabir, it's up to you. Sabir? Okay, MLA Sabir.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting to hear arguments made by MLA Hunter, which have nothing to do with this provision. I think as lawyers, we are governed by the Law Society of Alberta, and that's a pretty common standard there, that if you have a conflict of a potential conflict, you cannot act in those circumstances. So these are standards that do apply, like in certain professions, including legal profession. And having that standard for MLAs, it's not that high of a bar. We do talk about people losing trust in politics, people losing trust in institution of democracy. So this is our opportunity to put rules in place, put guardrails in place where people can trust their MLA without question, that there are those kind of guardrails, that they would not even leave a reasonable perception of conflict when they are acting, and they will act in the best interest of their constituents and not to further their own personal benefits or family members. And Section 3, MLA Hunter has quoted again. Section 3 is specifically about member participating or influencing a decision made by or on behalf of the crowd. There was the section that Premier was found in breach of when she tried to influence the decision of the Crown. That was the criminal prosecution of Arthur Palwowski, and she was found offside that provision. That's a very narrow provision that only deals with when you are influencing the decision of the Crown. This one is that in your own dealings as MLA, and it will broadly apply, that you are not doing anything where Albertans have any perception that you are furthering the interests of a family member or a direct associate. So it has a much broader application, and I think if we want to restore and strengthen Albertan trust in the institution of democracy, in their representatives, that's a very common sense provision to have in this act.
I'm hearing both arguments, and I think it's the perception part of it. MLA Hunter, did you want to respond to that? Or?
Yeah, no, I think he was referring to a different section than I was referring to. I will correct him in that I was referring to Section 2, Sub 1. And so if he could just look at the act, that is what I was referring to. And specifically it says, knowing that the decision might further a private interest of the member, a person directly associated with the member or the member's minor or adult child. I don't think he's really addressed that issue that I just stated, that's already in the act. So I don't know if I've actually heard an argument from him stating that it's not in there and that we need, but he said that we need to strengthen it. I don't know how you get more strengthened than that, because I think that other than saying reasonable perception, which again is dangerous language in my opinion, because you're either guilty or you're not guilty, and I don't see how this is strengthening it, but anyways.
Any other further questions, comments? If not, we'll put it to the question. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. No. Okay, I think the noes have it on this one. Are there any other motions members would like to bring forward? MLA Hunter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to remove from the application of the Act the following individuals: staff of the Premier's office, except senior staff; staff, or B, staff of ministers' offices, except chiefs of staff; C, deputy ministers and other designated office holders; and D, senior officials and members and employees of public agencies.
And just confirm what we have up on the screen is what you've intended and read?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, open it up for you for arguments.
So the rationale for this is that Alberta is the only province that includes public service senior officials in the same act as elected officials and political staff. The Public Service Act governs staff in the Alberta Public Service, including deputy ministers, which serve in an impartial and nonpartisan fashion. This expectation is found in the Code of Conduct and Ethics for the Public Service. The current approach in the Conflicts of Interest Act is not consistent with the distinction and the separation that exists between the public service and elected officials and political staff. The role of political staff and elected officials is also significantly different from the role of staff on agencies, boards, and commissions, which are governed by the Alberta Public Agencies Government Act, or APAGA.
That would open up to the floor for further conversations, discussion. MLA Severe?
I think, Mr. Chair, it's a deeply, deeply concerning emotion. And what this motion is suggesting to do is that exempt some of those individuals, staff people, who hold a considerable influence on government's decision making. And I don't think that this is serving public interest. And if some other jurisdiction is not doing it, that's not the reason for us to water down our Conflict of Interest Act. And that's kind of pattern of behavior we are seeing in this government, that they are exempting communication between political staff and ministers, and now they're exempting even staff of Premier, except for senior staff. What does that even mean? What's senior staff? Anybody working in Premier office is senior staff, is an experienced individual. And when we were in government, like everybody working in Premier staff had an important role. They were well qualified. And similarly, in minister's office, it's only a staff of 8 to 10 people. And all of them, as a team, are running the entire office. They are all senior staff. They all have influence. And I think exempting this will water down our Conflict of Interest Act. And I think no member should be supporting this amendment that is completely out of line and out of touch.
Any further conversation, discussion on the matter? MLA Arkan Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just upon quick review of the Conflict of Interest Act, I think we would be creating some major disarray with respect to the operation of the Act if we remove this specific staff. We've seen over the course of the last year the government making decisions in which potential benefits to the offices of the Premier and ministers were colored in the public eye about what were happening, particularly around hockey tickets. I am increasingly concerned, as are many Albertans, about the ethics of the Premier and the Minister's offices. To remove such and to make this potential motion and approve it, we are sending a very strong message to Albertans that we are above our own ethics responsibilities. I think that is a slippery slope. The current act as it is drafted captures these concerns. It makes sure that these offices are operating without undue influence, and I would not want to see Albertans be looking at us with skepticism. To do so, to move this motion and to approve it, will send a very strong message to our constituents that our offices, and particularly the office of the Premier and the ministers, are beyond reproach, that they are not able to be considered under a conflict of interest. I would make sure that we do not vote in favor of this motion because of those reasons, because, like I said multiple times this morning already, that we have a job for two Albertans to make sure that we are making the right decisions and not being influenced at all, to allow non-senior staff in the Premier's office or in ministers' offices to escape scrutiny under this act is concerning. If the members opposite and the motion mover could propose perhaps some assurances to Albertans that those acts in which they reference, namely Public Service Act and the others that the member opposite proposed, I think that those amendments must come first before we take these specific staff members out of the act. So I would not be in favor of this motion, and I am certain that most Albertans would be concerned about this given the transactions that have occurred in the last year. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Emily Hunter?
Clarity, and he did mention that, the member did mention this, but again, the Public Service Act governs staff in the Alberta Public Service, including deputy ministers, which serve in an impartial and nonpartisan fashion. I mean, if we are questioning that, we could question it when the NDP were in office as well. I just think that it's, again, a very slippery slope if you are questioning the professionalism that we expect all of the public servants to follow. Then again, I'm not sure how we can move forward. The truth is that they do have a code of conduct and ethics that they adhere to, and that this is what I think that what is happening with the ethics commissioner's responsibility, that was specifically was designed for elected officials, and then we've moved it into staffing that really fall under a different act and the responsibilities under a different act. So I think that this is reasonable, and I would be recommending to all members to vote in favor of it.
Emily Ellingson?
Yeah, so I'd just like to clarify that the staff in the Premier's office and the Minister's office are not deputy ministers or assistant deputy ministers. They're not in the public service. So they wouldn't be covered by the Public Service Act that you're referring to. The motion that is on the floor here is pretty sweeping and broad to wipe these people from the act entirely. So I looked at 23.4 of the Conflict of Interest Act just as an example. So a member of the Premier's and Minister's staff breaches this act if he or she uses or communicates information not available to the general public that was gained by the member in the course of carrying out their office. So this is kind of like not necessarily using their influence over a government policy that may be in their interests, but taking information that is available to them through their work to benefit themselves and their own personal decisions. And so this motion that we have before us would wipe this part of the Conflict of Interest Act, which I think that, again, sure, we could stand up and say, all of the people who work for us are above reproach, and of course they're not going to do something like this. But the reality is that that maybe here in Alberta, maybe in other jurisdictions, these things have happened, which is why we put it in the Conflict of Interest Act in the first place. And so to make this sweeping motion to wipe these people from the Act when they're not covered by the Public Service Act, I think that Albertans would call into question why we're making these decisions. I think Albertans would ask why any staff member in any office of a minister or a premier would be challenged by being covered by the Conflict of Interest Act. I think Albertans would want to know that anybody who's taking any of these jobs wants to be able to prove that they are above reproach, and so they'll look at a clause in the Conflict of Interest Act and say, I'm totally okay with that, I'm going to live by that. Why would we need to wipe it clean? I strongly speak against the motion from Member Hunter.
Amelia? Hansard runs those for us today. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly want to echo the comments of my colleagues, but I also want to emphasize that not only is it short-sighted and a mistake to weaken the current Conflict of Interest Act, frankly, by removing these provisions, I think it's also important to consider that the very fact that these specific categories are in the current Conflict of Interest Act serves an important function in the sense that it actually protects the institution and the office of the Premier. All of us in this room recall that just a couple of 2 or 3 premiers ago, there was a specific Premier that was accused of awarding a contract, a government contract, lucrative government contract, to a firm run by her husband. And so we know just from recent memory that that those kinds of optics, whatever the details might be, those kinds of optics and those sorts of situations present itself. And it's incredibly important for the protection of the Premier's office and the institution of the Premiership to ensure that these safeguards are in place, to ensure that the Albertans have full trust in the dealings of the Premier's office and their political staff.
Perfect. So with that, we'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested, so those in the room, please indicate so by raising your hand in favor of the motion.
Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewall, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Lunty, Ms. Lovely.
And those opposed in the room, please raise your hand.
Mr. Ip, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Ellison, Member Arkham Paul. Mr. Chair, total for the motion 5, total against 4.
Okay, motion is approved and carried. And so ordered, as the Speaker may say. Any other motions that members wish to bring forward? MLA Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to clarify that the Chief of Staff in Office of the Premier is responsible for A, investigating any alleged breach of code of conduct by a member of the Premier's or Minister's staff other than the Chief or staff, and B, implementing any associated discriminatory action.
And if we can just confirm what you've read is on the screen.
That is correct.
Excellent. So it'll open up to you then for your arguments for the motion, sir.
So these proposed changes will clarify that Premier's Chief of Staff is intended to be primarily responsible for the investigations of violations in the Premier's and Minister's offices. This motion ensures that the different roles and responsibilities of the people involved are clear. Currently, there is an overlap in some of the investigative authorities under the Act. Section 23.41 of the Act establishes that the Lieutenant Governor in Council may establish a code of conduct for the Premier's and Minister's staff, and makes clear that any staff who contravenes this code of conduct breaches Part 4.2 of the Conflicts of Interest Act. The code of conduct was established in 2020 with amendments in 2023. However, based on the plain reading of this section 24 of the Act, the Ethics Commissioner would appear to have responsibility for investigating breaches of the code of conduct. In contrast, the code of conduct itself established that the Premier's Chief of Staff is responsible for its administration with respect to members of the Premier's staff and Minister's Chiefs of Staff, and responsible for issuing supplementary instructions. In addition, each Minister's Chief of Staff is responsible for administering the code of conduct for their respective Minister's staff. Alternatively, the Ethics Commissioner is responsible for administering the code and issuing supplementary instructions for the Premier's Chief of Staff.
Perfect, and we'll open up the floor for deliberations. Once, twice, MLA Spear, there we go.
That's pretty interesting. That remove all these people from Ethics Commissioner reach and then put Premier's Chief of Staff, Rob Anderson, or some person in that office in charge of investigating. And then I'm sure MLA Hunter must be wanting us in Alberta to believe that that's the best way to go about investigating ethical breaches in Premier office. I'm pretty sure that UCP won't be in government forever, and in 2027 that will be the first opportunity. After that, same MLAs will be opposing those kind of things as communist and dictatorial, authoritarian, and whatnot.
Those are pretty harsh words, and I'd presuppose anyone in the room, but please continue with your
Yeah,
arguments so you
those
can
are
make your point.
Those will be the words they will be using for these kind of measures. I think that is in no way, shape, or manner acceptable what they are doing. Motion is proposed by MLA Hunter, so I will refer to him, that MLA is just wanting to help with this motion government to remove everything, accountability from Premier's office, from Minister's office. And earlier,
Point of order has been called.
A point of order under 23I. The member opposite is falsely implying that I have ulterior motives, and let's just keep it to what I said and versus what, these broad comments that have really no place in our debate. Let's focus on the motion at hand and not start bringing in other language. It's certainly going to, J, can cause disorder in the committee as well. So point of order under 23I and J.
Any response?
I do not believe it's a point of order. That's literally what this motion is saying, that we recommend that Premier's Chief of Staff investigate staff in Premier office. And I don't know how it's a point of order. It's not even a matter of debate. This will create disorder and chaos in the entire province if this motion is passed.
So
It's not
the chair's ready to roll at this point. No point of order, although I do I do take the tone of what people are saying here, and if we could keep it more to the point, less alliteration, I guess, and more to the point if you can. Some of the speculative items, the chair did already mention that while during you were making your comments that some of that could be a little inflammatory for the meeting, so please try to keep it within the rails. And as much as we can, folks, keep it to the org chart as opposed to the people naming it, notwithstanding the member, you can reference the member making the motion in the room, but try to keep within the rails and not speculative on what the intents are. I think that would probably help with the note here. With that, I see MLA Arcan Paul with your hand up, if you'd wish to comment. I'll go to him, give you a cooling off so you can consider the chair's comments, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While my colleague cools off here, I will speak to the inconsistency in the previous motion that we just voted. His Majesty's Loyal Opposition voted against. I am very curious why we are now in a position to clarify that the Chief of Staff is responsible for investigating any alleged breach of code of conduct for an act that does not apply to this staff now. I don't get the rationale behind this. Both motions together read as if they negate the other. I am quite concerned about what this might mean, particularly if the act does not apply. That inconsistency, as you know, legislative drafting is an important part of putting these motions together. And if we are going to be making these amendments to legislation, well, there's a giant gap there now that we're creating. So for what purpose is this motion other than to demonstrate and to signal to Albertans that the offices of the Premier and the offices of ministers are exempt from any scrutiny whatsoever? And I don't think that that is proper. I think that we need to be very clear with respect to the responsibilities of offices. And if an investigation is conducted, well, I think we have to revisit the last motion we just voted on.
Thanks for the point, MLA Hunter.
Well, again, like the member just finished saying that we're going to strip the ability to have any kind of investigation on these issues. It's not true. It's not what we said. And I didn't say that at all. In fact, I said Section 23.4.1 of the Act establishes that the Lieutenant Governor and Council may establish a code of conduct for the Premier's and Minister staff. So there's not going to be a gap. In fact, we're actually saying that we're trying to identify that there's an overlap in the investigative authorities of the Act, under the Act. And this is what we're trying to address right here, Mr. Chair, is that this is addressing the overlap on, because there is already within the Act, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may establish a code of conduct for the Premier's and Minister staff. So it's already established in there. We're not changing anything there. We're just establishing roles and responsibilities, and that's all that's happening here.
MLA, and now just so everyone's advised of that, in MLA Arcan Paul did make a point about the legality of it, or one canceling the other. We do have technical support at the table through our legal group. To call you the wrong thing, I apologize. Our legal counsel at the table to help guide us through some of those technical questions as well. So if that is afforded to everyone. MLA Ellingson, I saw your hand. MLA Sabir, I was letting you cool your jets for a bit. If you want to continue with deliberations, I can throw you back on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to make 2 points. One is just to kind of like a direct response to what we just heard from MLA Hunter's Section 23.41 sub 1, Lieutenant Governor and Council may. Let's focus on the word may. If this argument is going to be made to justify the two motions that we just voted on or are voting on right now, then I think we need to put forward another motion to say that that word may is changed to the word must, so that there is a code of conduct.
So just that the chair understands, are you suggesting you would like to move an amending motion to the one currently at hand?
You could.
Yes, but wording it would be tricky because the wording refers specifically to a piece of the Conflict of Interest Act, but the motion doesn't refer to a specific section of the Conflict of Interest Act.
So that would be, we've got an option here. So we can vote at the motion at hand, which I think is where the chair is probably going to guide everyone towards, and you could reintroduce potentially a new motion from the floor if the committee was willing to accept that.
Okay.
You will have to see committee's
New motion. Yeah. So understanding that So, yes, we can move forward. That I'll then, when this discussion and vote is complete, then I'll ask the committee's permission to submit a new motion.
Maybe what I might suggest is again, where we have a motion in flight, so that's where we'll go. But I might suggest potentially if we took a biological break and it a little bit wild, it might give you a chance or an opportunity to work on that before you bring it to the floor, if you were doing that. Just for your consideration, might give you a little time to craft it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I did have one other point to be made about kind of like the, so to talk about it, and I'll speak to, or I'll put this to the government. I think we need to question what is the government's intent with these two motions. And I know we're here to discuss the Conflict of Interest Act and the motions in front of us, but I think we can't deny that there's a relationship to legislation that was just passed in the previous sitting that made changes to FOIP, and where with those changes, we now have the confidence of cabinet.
I'll just cut in here a bit because you're starting to go pretty wide. So again, motions at hand, talking about other things in legislation that's passed in the House that isn't specific to this, it's a bit different. So let me finish, please. We're going to start to stray into no man's land here pretty quick. So what I would propose, and the other one too, with perfect clarity, everyone here at the table is private members. This committee has its own scope of work. The government does government things. You can speculate and ask questions, but it would be disproportionate to expect these members as private members to inform you or advise what government is doing, because that's where we have the big house across the way. So with that, I'll give you time to bring back in course, close your closing remarks, and then the member or the chair is getting ready to move on this motion so we can carry on.
I'll close and bring it back. So we're with these two motions. One we just voted on that we're exempting staff. Now we're voting on a motion saying that it's the chief of staff that governs those decisions. And so just a quick tie back, those FOIP changes that if you've tied an email to those very same staff, now the public can't investigate or ask questions. So we really are kind of wiping the slate clean from any ability to investigate or know if there's a conflict.
That's right. Okay, so with that, I'm prepared to call the question. Get back to the next one. I'm prepared to call the question. I don't know that there would be a ton more that you would offer that the other three colleagues haven't at this point. Do you have anything else that's new that hasn't been said? Okay. So with that, do you have any other comments? Please go ahead.
Again, mover of the motion was saying we are not changing anything. And it's a fundamental change that removing ethics commissioner ability to investigate and putting Premier's most trusted person, Premier's chief of staff, to investigate. That's cronyism. That's not what I guess we are here to do. That will damage the reputation of our government, institution of democracy, and I urge all members to think about it, whether you want to put Premier's chief of staff in charge of investigations.
Okay, now keep it tight, because I think a lot of things have been said, and the chair would really like to get to those other 17 that we still have out there. So please go ahead, Amelia.
So I think the thing I want to add to this debate is that what MLA Hunter is proposing as a safeguard, and that being the Lieutenant Governor Order in Council may, of course, may, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is, in my view, an unprecedented move to, in fact, compel a nonpartisan, non-political entity to now wade into potentially political affairs of both the Premier's office and her cabinet ministers. I think that is a mistake. I think that flies against parliamentary tradition, and that alone should raise red flags. And I question whether it's within sort of constitutional convention to have such a provision.
Okay, thank you for that, and I am calling the question at this point. So those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no.
No.
And you never even said before before the chair called, so you're presupposing. So I believe it was passed. I believe it was carried, but we will do the recorded vote as the members requested. So all those in favor, please indicate so by raising your hands.
Honorable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Weed, Mr. Lundy, Ms. Lovely.
And those opposed, please indicate so by raising your hands.
Mr. Ip, Honorable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Ellingson, Member Arkham Paul. Mr. Chair, total for the motion 5, total against 4.
Excellent, thank you. Motion carried. Are there any other motions that will be brought by members? MLA Hunter.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to A, exclude certain types of securities, including market index funds and arm's length mutual funds, from the restriction on holding publicly traded securities by a minister. B, simplify the information required to be included in a disclosure statement. And C, permit members to confirm with the Ethics Commissioner on an annual basis that there are no material changes in the information contained in their most recent disclosure statements as an alternative to submitting a new disclosure statement and meeting annually with the Ethics Commissioner.
Okay, and please carry on with your argument for your motion after you've read it and made sure it's okay on the screen there.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please carry on.
So currently, Alberta has very stringent rules on what a minister is allowed to hold compared to other jurisdictions. In Alberta, individuals who are subject to financial restrictions can only hold publicly traded securities in a blind trust or in an investment arrangement approved by the Ethics Commissioner. In Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba, blind trust provisions for ministers do not apply when they hold open-ended mutual funds. In Ontario, such investments are not required to be disclosed to the Ethics Commissioner. In Nova Scotia, ministers may hold mutual funds and assets that don't constitute a risk of a conflict of interest. As we learned from Dr. Mork, blind trusts are costly and complicated. These proposed changes would bring Alberta's restrictions in line with other jurisdictions while still ensuring the legislation has the necessary tools in place to ensure our government's transparency and integrity. On the disclosure form, the former Ethics Commissioner mentioned that the late disclosures had been an issue in recent years. As members are aware, this process can be burdensome. This is why the process should be simplified. Each year, filling out the form starts from scratch, from putting your name on the form to everything that hasn't changed in the last 10 years, and that is not likely to change.
Yeah, thank you. Now we'll open up to the floor for comments, debate. Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. We'll open the floor up again for any other motions from members. MLA Rosewell.
I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended and strengthened to strengthen principles of procedural fairness as follows. A, establish a statutory right of a person who is the subject of an investigation to, 1, be provided with a copy of the complaint to which the investigation relates, retain legal counsel with respect to the investigation and permit that legal counsel to attend any proceeding that is part of that investigation, and record any interview or meeting with the Ethics Commissioner. B, prohibit the Ethics Commissioner from requiring an individual to produce documents that are 1, not directly relevant to the investigation, or 2, subject to any type of legal privilege, including solicitor-client privilege or any kind of confidence, including cabinet confidence. Provide the subject of an investigation a statutory right to dispute the findings or recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner prior to the Ethics Commissioner reporting in respect of the investigation to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly.
Okay, and if you can just confirm what we have on the screen is what you read and intended?
Yeah, good.
Okay, with that, any further arguments for your motion?
Yeah, the proposed amendments aim to ensure that individuals who are subjects of investigation have their rights protected and that the investigation process is more transparent. Currently, there is no clause in the act that states an individual has the right to legal counsel during an investigation. Now, the former commissioner stated that she would usually allow for legal counsel to be present throughout. This motion just makes that clear. In addition, Quebec and the House of Commons, the commissioner sends a copy of the investigation request to the member named in such a request. We are asking for the same. When it comes to senators, MPs at the federal level, and in BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario, they all require the ethics commissioner to give reasonable notice to the member of the allegations. Finally, the proposed changes would clarify that the ethics commissioner cannot compel documents that are irrelevant to the investigation or subject to legal privilege, such as solicitor-client privilege or cabinet confidence. This is crucial to protect the legal rights of individuals, including their right to confidential communications with their lawyers and other protected information.
Thank you, and we'll open that to the floor for debate, conversation, or questions. Yeah, MLA Ellingson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I just have a couple of questions, maybe referring back to what we heard from the previous ethics commissioner in this regard. One, it was kind of made of a point to us earlier that the investigation of the ethics commissioner it's not a legal investigation. The courts are not brought into play with the investigation of the ethics commissioner. That it's not a legal action. And so I think that she had been suggesting that you don't necessarily need legal counsel on your side when the work that is being undertaken is not a legal action in and of itself. So I think that kind of question there of like that legal counsel I think would come later, right? Like if after the ethics commissioner's work it moved into something that was litigious, then you would be securing legal counsel. I think the other thing that was made to us is that finding someone in breach of the Conflict of Interest Act also has no penalty attached to it. And so again, is there need for legal counsel or statutory right to dispute when there's no penalty attached to the assessment? And so I think those are my questions. Why would we need to introduce this when the investigation that's being undertaken is not litigious and there is no penalty?
Open it up for any other further comments. MLA Sabir.
Thank you. I will speak to the second part of this motion that prohibit ethics commissioner from requiring an individual to produce documents that are not directly relevant to the investigation. It's not a very good legal drafting because who will determine what's relevant to investigation and what's not? So there may be some other political consideration behind it, but I guess from an investigation standpoint, that doesn't make any sense. That's interference in the work of an independent office of the legislature. And again, subject to any type of legal privilege, including solicitor-client privilege, and any kind of confidence, including cabinet confidence. Cabinet confidences are not defined in this act, and the definition we heard from this government that may likely apply now is that government was even protecting the factual background information as cabinet confidences. Not just deliberations, cabinet confidences. So this amendment is not well written. It's very vague, and I think it's interfering with investigative function of ethics commissioner, and I urge all members to vote against this motion.
Any other comments? Okay, I'm prepared to call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. Are there other motions? MLA Rosewell.
I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended to clarify that a breach of the act by a member must only be based on specific decision or action by that member.
Let's get that on the screen for you, there, MLA Rosewell, and just to confirm. And does that look as you've read it and intended? Yep. Perfect. We'll continue on with the argument, sir, if there's any.
Okay. The law is the law. It should never be subjective. If laws are open to subjective interpretation, this creates confusion and uncertainty, making it difficult for people to understand what is allowed and what is not. The Conflict of Interest Act sets the rules that elected officials and political staff need to follow. And if they are doing something they're not supposed to, then they have broken the law. And so it needs to be as black and white as that, not open to subjective interpretation.
Open up to the floor for debate. MLA Sabir.
Frankly, Chair, I'm still not sure what this amendment is trying to do. That conflict effects be amended to clarify that a breach of the act by a member must only be based on a specific decision or action by that member. I personally think that's how it works, and most decisions that I can think of were based on specific decision or action of a member, whoever was investigated and found off-site. Conflict of Interest Act, be that Premier Smith's recent decision that Ethics Commissioner gave, be that Minister of Municipalities Rick McIver, and there was a decision against him. So I think it's redundant. That's the basic principle of law, that act will apply to specific members, their specific action. It's not needed. Friendly suggestion that member may want to withdraw this. In any event, it's redundant. I will vote against it.
MLA Arkan Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something already contemplated by the Act under Section 2. I think it is redundant. I would echo my colleagues' sentiments. I would ask perhaps maybe the moving member to clarify what, I guess the only difference I can see here is a specific decision, quite vague, to be quite blunt. I would maybe request that this be withdrawn because the Act already contemplates this.
Any other further comments? MLA Ellingson.
That just reinforced the redundancy. We previously debated a motion where the members across the table didn't agree with the use of reasonable perception, arguing at that time that the Act already stepped into place if something that could be proven happened. If you were going to make that argument then, why put forward this motion now?
Any other further comments? Seeing none, prepared to call the question. Those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. Any other motions that will be come forward? MLA Rosewell. And just for edification here, folks, if it's okay, 10:30, we'll take a 10-minute break just to for a comfort break, if that works for everybody. Okay, we'll carry on. We'll soldier on.
Okay, I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended to require the Ethics Commissioner to inform any individual who is involved in an investigation of A, the identity of the person being investigated, and B, the specific allegations made against the person being investigated.
Yeah, we'll get that up on the screen and then just confirm.
Okay, yep.
Carry on, sir.
Yeah, when someone is under investigation for a legal matter, there are usually They are usually made aware of the allegations they are under investigation for. This should be the same for investigations under the Conflict of Interest Act. Quebec and House of Commons and in Quebec and the House of Commons, the Commissioner sends a copy of the investigation request to the member named in the request. We're asking for the same thing.
Perfect. We'll open up the floor. MLA Ellingson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I'm going to ask the members from the other side. So we just, the committee just passed a motion that said the Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to strengthen the principles of procedural fairness as follows: that the person be provided with a copy of the complaint to which the investigation relates. Does that not make that person being made aware of their investigation?
Open it up for any other questions, comments? MLA Sabir?
So, Chair, the way it's drafted, it's very confusing. It says that conflict of interest be amended to require the ethics commissioner to inform any individual who is involved in an investigation of the identity of the person being investigated. What really that means, if member want to say identity of the complainant, because that doesn't make sense as it reads. You can, I guess, put that on hold, consult with your team, and bring it back after the break, because the way it's drafted, it's very confusing, and I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me, especially the first provision. Second is fine, the specific allegation made against the person being investigated. Sure, if I'm the person who is getting investigated, I should get the copy of the case against me, but the first one I don't think make any sense. What do you think?
Same.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I guess this question would go to Parliamentary Council then, because with respect to the way that this is very broad, informing any individual involved in an investigation, that include witnesses, my concern would be that the identity of the person being investigated would be disclosed and the personal privacy of such would be under concern. So I would turn it to Parliamentary Council for clarity on that point, because I worry that the rules of procedural fairness might be offended with respect to this motion.
Turn it over to Parliamentary Council for comment in a technical capacity, I guess, in this regard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to make some comments, maybe just starting off a bit more broadly with these recommendations. Typically, when these recommendations are made, they're generally not to be read in a way that creates conflicts with each other. So if there's a way of reading them where they relate to each other or are sort of moving in a consistent direction, that is how they're to be read. Typically, you're not reading them in a manner that will cause direct conflict or is nonsensical or creating contrary results. So I'll just provide that as a general comment. As typically these motions, when the committee makes its decisions, those recommendations are should be read in a manner that is consistent with each other, so that the decisions of the committee, the recommendations, can be understood as sort of a package. In terms of the specific question that's being asked, I can't really it is somewhat of a technical question in terms of what the impact of this would be. So I can't really provide an opinion on whether this would sort of impact the fairness of the process, or whether it might have a negative impact on the privacy of somebody involved in an investigation. I think that's probably a question for the committee to decide if that's something that they feel is or is not the case, or they may wish to ask for more technical advice. What I would say is it's up to the committee to decide. If the committee comes to the conclusion that this is overly broad or impacts the rights of individuals, then it may be defeated. If they feel that that isn't the case, they may wish to carry it, but it's entirely up to the committee.
So with that, maybe we're at 10:30 here. What we'll do is we'll just park this for 10 minutes. We'll leave the motion as it is. I'll allow the government members to take a look at if there's anything else they would consider based on the last conversation, and we'll see everybody back here in 10 minutes. Good to go. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for everybody getting here within that 10-minute time period. Really appreciate that. At current, we have main motion ID 10 is on the floor and was being debated and had some good comments back and forth. With that, we'll open it up for further discussion and carry on with the conversation. MLA Rosewell.
Yeah, we've had some conversations, and I think we need to make it clear as to who it relates to. The intent of this, I think, is relative to the witnesses, but then we need to understand that there's confidentiality there as well. So we're going to withdraw it for now and bring it back later with that provision in it to make it clear what we're trying to accomplish.
And just to be clear and to confer with the clerks and everybody to my left who always gets excited when we do something different, the intent of the MLA is to withdraw this motion from the floor. It's my understanding we need unanimous consent on this from the committee. So that's what the chair would be really looking for, and I'm looking to see if there's any other flinching at the table. We aren't, so the chair's got it right at this time as well. So hearing the motion for the honourable member to remove this one from the floor, I'm looking for unanimous consent for the withdrawal. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carried. Oh, anyone opposed? I saw everyone's mouth move and everyone said it together, so, okay, excellent. Withdrawn. Are there additional motions to be brought to the committee's consideration? MLA Rosewell.
Okay. I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended in section 25.5 to remove the reference to a justice of the court at King's Bench. The act states that to investigate, the commissioner has the power of a justice of the court at King's Bench, such as to summon people and compelling people to provide oral or written evidence and documents. However, the subject of an investigation does not have the protection that a defendant would, for example, in a judicial process. During the review, the Department in Justice explained that while the Ethics Commissioner has the power to summon individuals.
Remember, before you carry on, just confirm this is what you're moving.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
no worries.
fair enough. Yeah. Yes, that's what it is.
Okay, please carry on then, sir.
Sorry, everybody.
Nope.
Okay, I'll start there again. During the review, the Department in Justice explained that while the Ethics Commissioner has the power to summon individuals, to give evidence, compel them to produce documents or other items, and administer oaths and receive information, the Act does not grant the Ethics Commissioner other powers of the King's Bench Justice despite the reference. The reference can be confusing, so I propose that we remove that.
Okay, and with that, we'll open it for comments and deliberation. MLA Sabir.
Thank you, Chair, again. Deeply concerning motion, essentially interfering with Ethics Commissioner's ability to investigate properly. And I think that these provisions have served us very well in the past. And just, I think the intent of motion to me is that they are just trying to water down the power of Ethics Commissioner. And as I said earlier, that Ethics Commissioner plays a very important role in maintaining the trust and confidence in the institution of democracy, and they do need to have powers to be able to compel witnesses to give oral or written evidence and produce any documents that they find relevant to the investigation. So it's not that this provision somehow is making Ethics Commissioner equivalent to a judge of Court of King's Bench. It's just giving them certain specific power that they be able to compel evidence, they be able to compel documents relevant to investigation. Pretty reasonable provisions. If anything, that would water down Commissioner's power to do its job properly. It's deeply troubling, and I urge all members that do not wash accountability and investigative role of ethics commissioner in this manner that will hurt our democracy and our institutions.
But MLA Hunter, then MLA Archambault.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that to what Member Severe said. So the commissioner will and still has the power to summon individuals to give evidence, compel them to produce documents or other items, and administer oaths and receive information. The Act does not grant the ethics commissioners the power of the other powers, and this is what this is trying to clarify. So it's not saying that that the ethics commissioner will not have those powers to summon individuals, give evidence. So he stated that, and I'm just saying that in this we're saying that in this situation, other powers that the King's Bench Justice has. This is why the reference to King's Bench Justice would be pulled out, so that there is no misunderstanding about their powers, the ethics commissioner's powers.
Okay. MLA Archambault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question I do have in clarifying is about the enforcement of this. Particularly, the reason for this language, to my knowledge, is to provide some clarity as to the rights of the ethics commissioner, particularly around summoning, enforcing, and compelling. Those are in the legislation. They are drafted. With the removal of the reference to the Justice of the Court of King's Bench, there's then a lack of clarity on enforcement and disciplinary action following the ability of an ethics commissioner to do those things. So I would ask for some clarity from the member opposite as to why we wouldn't also allow the ethics commissioner to have those abilities, particularly when there might be some members that might not respond to these inquiries from the ethics commissioner. I think the responsibility of the ethics commissioner should be upheld, and I think watering this down by removing this reference removes more powers from the ethics commissioner that they should rightfully still hold.
Any other members? MLA Rosewell?
Just like some technical help from the justice as to, like in our view, we're not taking powers away, but if we could get justice to clarify, because we talked about this in previous meetings, and just to kind of clarify the powers of the ethics commissioner relative to the Court of King's Bench Justice.
So if you could approach, if that works, thank you. And then just read your name into the record here to make sure we are all.
Yes, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Mark Hammond. I'm a barrister and solicitor with the Justice and Public Service and Emergency Services legal team. So in terms of the 25 sub 5 as it's currently worded, right now, all it indicates is that the ethics commissioner may, when they're compelling evidence, have the same powers in respect of the King's Bench Justice. If that reference is removed, then I suppose the link between those two is broken, and it would just, the ability to compel witnesses could be retained in sub 1 and sub 2, but it would leave open the consequences in that respect.
Good. Any further follow-ups on that?
The way it's drafted, it just takes out 25 sub 5, everything. In 25 sub 5 is only giving 3 specific powers, same as the Justice of King's Bench. 1, compel witness. 2, compel relevant documents. And 3, be able to administer oath. It's not, I guess, a broad section. It's very specific so that they can do their investigative function with authority and with some powers in hand when they find witnesses not cooperative, when people are ducking accountability, and removing that takes everything away, and it's clearly watering down the commissioner's investigative role.
Any other further comments? MLA Ellingson?
Yeah, I think that my colleague MLA Brooks Archambault made a really good point, which I think was backed up by Mr. Oman, that there may be some follow-on consequences to the summoning if that reference to Court of King's Bench is removed. And I think that there's, in hearing what Member Sabir was saying, there's there is no reference here to any other powers of the Court of King's Bench. There's no confusion here that by including the reference to Court of King's Bench, that's giving the Ethics Commissioner like all the powers of a Court of King's Bench. That's not here. There's no reason to remove those words if that's the fear and justification.
Any other further comments or advice or requirement for the gentleman from Justice at the table, for Mark Hammond? Okay, thank you for helping us with that, sir. So if there's no further, MLA Hunter?
I just wanted to say that the arguments of the members in past arguments are contradicting what they're saying here. I think the member Ellingson stated that this is not a judicial appointment, or this is not a judicial process, and yet he's arguing for the same kind of language that you would have with a justice, Court of King's Bench. I think that he's arguing two different things here. So again, let's be clear. This is not. This is not a. The Ethics Commissioner is not a justice of the Court of King's Bench. Clarifying that is important, so that if there are other points in there, other powers, that they are not exacted by that Ethics Commissioner.
So with that, are there any other questions once? Arkan Paul?
Thank you. I don't think the concern is the confusion of whether the commissioner is a judge on the Court of King's Bench. I think the concern here is the powers of the Ethics Commissioner. I think removing the ability to make these inquiries and do certain things under the Act are linking it to the powers of a Court of King's Bench. I don't think that this is a confusion of judicial process. I don't think we're creating a court here. I think what we need to have a conversation of and be very serious about is the ability of the Ethics Commissioner to do these things. And we heard from Justice their statement about removing that link and removing those certain things that are ascribed under the understanding of what a Court of King's Bench judge does. So I would caution us at this table and the members opposite to really consider whether this would be of any benefit, because realistically we are just providing clarity under the Act, and removing that clarity would fetter the rights and the abilities of the Ethics Commissioner to do those requirements under the Act, to make the relevant inquiries and to compel certain people, witnesses or the members themselves, to make testimonies in front of the Ethics Commissioner.
Okay. So with that, any other comments, questions? Okay, I'm prepared to call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no.
No.
Motion carried. Recorded vote has been requested. So those in favor of the motion, please indicate so by raising your hand in the room.
Honorable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Roosevelt, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Lundy, Ms. Lovely.
And those opposed, please raise your hand by indicating so.
Mr. Ip, Honorable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Ellingson, Member Arkham Paul. Mr. Chair, total for the motion 5, total against 4.
Motion carried. It's awfully handy not having somebody online. It's good to be able to eyeball everybody here. So thanks for being able to make the effort to come in today on a snowy day. Any other motions from the floor? MLA Hunter.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to require the Ethics Commissioner to provide a reasonable amount of time for an individual to meet with the Ethics Commissioner as part of an investigation.
We'll just get that on the screen, and please confirm that it's what you intended and read.
That is correct, sir.
Excellent. Please carry on, sir.
Providing reasonable time to meet as part of an investigation aligns with the principle of due process, which is fundamental to the legal system. This change would require the Ethics Commission to provide a reasonable amount of time for individuals to meet, ensuring they are not rushed into a meeting where they are not prepared for or feel pressured to provide answers or sign documents without understanding the implications or consulting legal counsel.
And is that it?
That's it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. MLA Sabir.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, again. Quite concerning to see all these amendments because I was part of all these presentations. I have gone through the submissions and not one of them have recommended kind of things that we are hearing from members opposite. Again, this is just, again, interfering with commissioner's investigative process and in the name of to provide reasonable amount of time. I think they just want to kind of put in provisions that can create loopholes, delay investigations, that doesn't strengthen the act in any way, shape, or manner. We didn't hear anything close to that from any of our presenters. I don't think that it's a well thought out amendment or proposal, or it will help us strengthen it any way, shape, or manner. We should reject these amendments. They are not based on submissions or reality of Alberta and what they expect from their government.
MLA Arkan Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going off of what the other side was concerned about with my motion around reasonableness, I think that I would bring this up again, particularly on reasonableness. It is a legal standard. It is something that we need to assess in each instance. What I would like to see is some certainty, defined time frame, particularly with this motion, and maybe perhaps we could support it if there was a defined time frame. That reasonable amount of time is not clear. This is particularly concerning if maybe like there's potentially an election looming. We would want to make sure that those inquiries are being done and not left in some lofty waiting period where an election looms and Albertans need certainty to make that important decision when it comes to casting their ballot. For us, I think that if a reasonable amendment, and I apologize for that use of the word there, but a good amendment would include some distinct time frame with respect to that one little provision, and then perhaps we could support that.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of the motion as written and proposed, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. Further amendments? Any other amendments from members? Or motions, I should say, not amendments? MLA Hunter.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to allow former ministers and former members of the Premier's and Minister's staff to accept employment with the Department of the Government or the Legislative Assembly office.
And let's get that on the screen so you can confirm.
That's correct.
Please carry on, sir.
So this recommendation is in line with the former Ethics Commissioner's recommendation C6 to clarify the post-employment provisions in the Act. The current provisions create difficulty when certain individuals want to move within government from GOA to caucus or through an open competition or to return to a previous role within the GOA. This motion would help improve the retention of expertise, which enables the government to retain experienced staff who have a deep understanding of public policy, government operations, and the legislative process.
Thank you. And I have MLA Arkan Paul as the first on the speaking list.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one, I'm glad to see that the members opposite are actually implementing some commissioner recommendations. If this is implemented, it would be helpful to see clear rules that guarantee open, fair competition. But I think my colleague, MLA Sabir, would like to make some comments on this, so I'll defer to him.
And indeed, now that he's raised his hand and caught his attention, he does. Go ahead, MLA Sabir.
I think I do understand that it's something that was noted by Commissioner, and I'm not against former members and former ministers seeking employment opportunities. I will be one of them in due course, but there need to be proper guardrails. We don't want the politicization of civil service to become a place for insiders' appointments. And other concern is that those jobs should be open to all Albertans. Like we saw recent appointment of Prime Minister Stephen Harper on the board of AMCO government agency. It was not open to anybody else. That was just a straight favoritism and against the wishes of Albertan, a former
MLA Sabir, you're a great orator, you're a great debater, and you know you're straying out of the line here a bit. So bring it back to the motion here, and to set the record straight, yes, the government is still allowed to make appointments of different members. This is talking about the exit in the period between the two. And also for the record, former Prime Minister Harper isn't accepting any wages for it. So we've heard a lot of this conversation debate in the House, and if we could keep it germane here today, I would really appreciate that, sir.
Again, you didn't have to, Chair, give clarification on behalf of former Prime Minister, but the reason I was making that reference was it was relevant. You didn't even let me finish. It's relevant because I'm making the argument that we need to see clear merit-based criteria and rules that these appointments are, these jobs are open to all Albertans. As I said, I'm in favor of those people getting employment, but we need to have some criteria. We don't want public service filled with political insiders. So that's the comment I was making. I think this, as my many colleagues would say on debates on motion in provincial council, this motion doesn't go far enough. This need to have some guardrails. This need to have some built-in message to the legislature that we want to see rules that guarantee an open and fair competition.
Okay.
So with that, I support this.
Any other further comments, questions on the motion? And the chair is prepared to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. MLA Wiebe.
Good morning, everyone. I move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommends that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended to restructure the act to make it easier to read and interpret.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Just ensure that that's what we have there, sir.
Okay.
Okay, please carry on.
The Act has an extremely complex numbering structure due to a series of significant amendments over the years. The amendments over the years have also resulted in language that is inconsistent and difficult to interpret. This makes the Act difficult for many to understand and follow.
MLA Arkan Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every single professor in law school for me would thank the member opposite for putting this forward. So I thank you. I support this motion. Providing clear and plain language for Albertans is important, particularly in understanding the Act. So I have no issues supporting this motion.
So thank you. Any other further comment? MLA Sabir, would you like to comment?
I think it's a very important motion. And since 2000, there has been a conscious effort in legal community as well, justice community as well, that laws should be drafted in ways that are understandable to people who they relate to. Decisions should be written in ways that people could understand who they relate to and not use archaic language and all that. But notwithstanding those efforts, which is an archaic word again, but those things are challenging, and any effort that can be put into making legislation more readable, more understandable, it's always a good thing. So thank you, member, for this thoughtful motion.
Any other comments, questions? We'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. Just gonna call a standing vote on that one, showed everyone's agreement. Any other motions, MLA Lovely, I see you have your hand.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to clarify what constitutes a private interest rather than what does not constitute a private interest.
We'll just get that on the screen, and then if you can confirm, MLA Lovely, and then carry on.
All right, so the rationale is this motion is in line with the former Commissioner's recommendation C5 to clarify the definition of private interest. The Act currently defines what a private interest is not. A clear, positive definition would make it easier to interpret the Act.
And with that, we'll open up for comments and debate. And from the floor, MLA Sabir.
Thank you again. That's a pretty reasonable motion, and I do appreciate that that's based on Commissioner Trussler's recommendation. And I think it's important to have clear language around those things. And with that, I think we will be able to support this motion as well.
MLA Arkan Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would support this motion. I just would like to make sure that we are being very clear that the former commissioner also highlighted that the current definition is too narrow, and that there are too many potential close associates of a member, such as siblings, parents, and parents-in-law, who are not captured within the scope. So I just want to make those comments. But thank you to the member opposite for making that motion. I would support it.
Excellent. Out to the floor for any other comments, questions, debate. Excellent. Seeing none, prepared to call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. Are there other motions? MLA Weeb.
Yeah, I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act may be amended to make the record retention period in sections 23.63 and 47.2 2 years.
Let's get that on the screen, and if you can confirm that it's what you had read and intended, and then please carry on with your arguments.
Okay, the record retention requires, the record retention requirements should be aligned throughout the Act. The former Ethics Commissioner explained it is sufficient for their office to retain all records listed in these sections for 2 years and after the individual has left their role as member or as a member of the Premier's or ministerial staff. Some sections require a 2-year retention while others 3 years. These requirements should be updated to be consistent.
With that, I'll open up the floor for any other conversations, debate, arguments. MLA Arkan Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the present draft of the the current act itself reads as 3 years. I just want to put on the record that under the Law Society rules, the retention of records is for 6 years for legal files. GAAP rules under accounting require it for, I believe 7 years as well. So if we're going to be retaining records, I think we have to keep that in mind of generally accepted principles. I understand that the current act as it is drafted, not to put in more lawyers at the table, but that is just what is accepted under reasonable professional standards. I would support this as well. But I want to put that on the record.
Okay, we got that. MLA Sabir, sure.
Like it can be spotted, but like the technical thing is there that on one hand, you're authorizing commissioner to destroy those records, but if we are also authorizing legal counsel to be present, counsel will be bound not by this act, but by the rules of the Law Society of Alberta, so they will have to retain those records.
Perfect. So with that, any other further debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. Now we're on a roll. Any other motions, MLA Weeb?
I move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommends that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to remove the requirement to submit a return to the Ethics Commissioner by a person described in Section 15.3 of the Act.
Excellent. We'll get that on the screen for everyone here as well. Just confirm that that is what you intended, and then you're good to go on your supporting arguments.
Okay, yes, it's good. So this recommendation is in line with the former Ethics Commission recommendation D4. Section 15.3 requires former members to provide a final direct associates report within 30 days of ceasing to be a member. These reporting requirements do not seem to have any purpose. That's it.
We'll open it up to debate, conversations from the floor, questions, comments. Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Oh.
I was just
You were
gonna
slow
say
in the
that-
draw. We got you, though. Good thing on my left here. You give me a kick.
Just to say that, I mean, also in support of these recommendations, I think that it's also considering that if you cease to be a member of the Legislative Assembly, that it then seems to be not necessary that you're submitting your disclosures.
Perfect. Last call for any other questions, comments, concerns. Oh, Arcan Paul, over to you, MLA.
Now you get the legal.
Yeah, just for clarity's sake, because it's section sub B under 15.3B, where it states if that person again becomes a member in the succeeding general election or by-election, that person shall within 60 days after becoming a member furnish a return to the Ethics Commissioner. Can we get some clarity to keep that portion in? Because I think that would create a new standard for a new member or a returning member. So I think we need to keep that language maybe in there. I would turn to the members opposite or even some of our technical support here for that clarity if that is something that we are not going to remove.
So just to confirm, you're looking for technical clarity either from the table on that item?
Or the members opposite.
Or the members opposite. Yeah. So with that, would put it back to the floor to the members opposite if that was the clarity item? No? And then we'll go to the table. Trafton, any comment on that?
No, I don't think I would want to weigh on this. I'm not sure exactly what the intent is. I guess what I would just provide to the committee to consider is if there is some discussion around this motion, if there's not an amendment that's going to be made. I believe that discussion is often included as background information in the final report. So if there's a will of the committee to provide some commentary, I think Research Services can likely make sure that's noted in the committee's report. So I'll offer that, but I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And having heard that? Okay. So with that, there is the ability to have the background information. Those services could be provided in our report, just for that clarity's sake that you just said. Okay. So with that, prepared to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. Any other motions? MLA Lunty.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended to require the Ethics Commissioner to provide the information described in Section 25(4) to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly on commencing an investigation.
Let's get that on the screen and confirm that it's what you intended and read, and then please carry on.
Sure, yeah. So this change would require that the Ethics Commissioner disclose to the Speaker that an investigation has been commenced. This change would facilitate the Speaker's management of Assembly business, since the Speaker would be able to direct the Assembly to avoid debate on matters to ensure that Section 24(6) of the Act, which states that a matter has been referred to the Ethics Commissioner under subsection 1, 3, or 4, neither the Legislative Assembly nor a committee of the Assembly shall inquire into the matter, is fulfilled.
Okay, with that, we'll open up to the floor for discussion. Questions, comments, concerns? MLA Sabir?
Thank you. I think just a clarifying question, then I will make some comments. So the commissioner already has that obligation in 25 sub 4. So what exactly you're trying to achieve through this motion? Because it says that Commissioner may inform the Speaker.
MLA Lunty, go ahead.
I think the intent is to strengthen this a little bit, make it more of an obligation than a suggestion. So I think we're just trying to firm that up a little bit. Thank you.
I think we do have that provision there, which says that Commissioner may inform the Speaker of the fact of the investigation. Again, it's the independent officer of the legislature, and they should have some discretion how they conduct investigation. There could be some investigations more sensitive than others, and that's why the legislation as it's drafted uses that discretionary language. And I think Speaker of the current legislature has recommended something on these lines, but I do not think that it's needed. I think Office of Ethics Commissioner is independent in their investigation, in their investigative function. They should remain so. So I urge members to vote against this motion.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Once, twice? Arcan, Paul, are you sure? Okay, good. Prepared to I saw you twitch that time. I am prepared to call the question. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. We're on a roll, folks. Are there any other motions? MLA Hunter.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to prohibit a member from commenting on a request made to the Ethics Commissioner to investigate a matter prior to the Ethics Commissioner completing an investigation, if any.
And we'll just get that on the screen and confirm that that is what you read and intended.
It is.
Please proceed, sir.
So this recommendation is in line with the former Ethics Commissioner recommendation C10. When members publicly state that they will be sending or have sent a request for investigation to the Ethics Commissioner, the allegation that is made becomes the only information in the public realm and subject to public scrutiny. This issue can be addressed by restricting members from making any public comments about a request for investigation until the Ethics Commissioner finalizes an investigation.
We'll put that to the floor for conversation, questions, comments, debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's.
I'm not just a suave move. We're getting pretty loose here. I gotta know for sure.
I thought you kind of.
Body language is everything.
It's also quite troubling kind of motion by the member who often stands for freedom of speech and expression and all those things, including those who were blocking Coots border. But here, member
MLA Sabir, you know better than that, so please carry on, but let's not get it too personal here or other matters. Let's keep the matter down.
Essentially, what this motion, thank you, Chair, what this motion is doing, that if as a member I'm writing to Ethics Commissioner to investigate something, it's my prerogative whether I want to disclose it or not. I've written to Ethics Commissioner. And this suggestion is that no one should be able to discuss that. Why? That's, I think, breach of freedom of expression and members' ability to say what they have already done, completely out of line with any other jurisdiction, not in line with anything that was submitted to the committee. That's just, I think, again, may protect government, which doesn't have a very good record on these kind of things, but it's not a good suggestion. I don't think we should be recommending anything like that. If somebody is making a complaint to an ethics commissioner, they can decide what they want to do. Ethics commissioner has obligation not to confirm or deny it. That's section 26, I believe. So nobody will find out from ethics commissioner, but people have every right, Albertans have every right, MLAs have every right. When they make complaint, they should say so.
MLA Arcan Paul, sorry, and then MLA Hunter. Arcan Paul was just ahead of you there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm heartened to see that the recommendation from the former commissioner has been included in an amended form. The commissioner recommended that we restrict members from commenting on a request for investigation until the ethics commissioner has confirmed whether an investigation is being undertaken. The way it's presently drafted is completing an investigation, which restricts the ability for a member to speak about that investigation being undertaken. So if we were to support this, I think we would go to the genesis of this motion, particularly around the former commissioner's recommendation, because in the discussion within the written submissions, I think it was very clear that the allegation is made becomes the only information in the public realm. But it goes down to whether an investigation is being undertaken, not rather the way it's currently drafted, which is completion. And I think that we're talking about semantics here, but if we're making changes to the Conflicts of Interest Act, semantics do matter. And we should be very clear to Albertans that the commissioner, former commissioner, the recommendation was that it's whether an investigation is being undertaken, not the completion of investigation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
MLA Hunter?
I just want to clarify that for the members to say that that this is that this process isn't politicized is frankly shocking to me, because they've politicized. I'm not saying these members, but members from the opposition have politicized these things, and that's why there's a specific area in the Act that says any salacious and without merit accusations, they don't come forward. But again, there's got to be due process, and there's got to be a situation where someone is not guilty until they're found guilty. And what happens far too often, I'm sorry to say, that these things will be politicized. And so it's important for that due process to happen, so that someone, their reputation is not dragged through the mud without that due process, when we believe in due process in this country. And this, I think, is the reason why the former ethics commissioner made the recommendation because, and I've talked to her about this specifically, to be able to actually rectify that issue. The work has to happen. You've got to have evidence, and you've got to have back and forth, and that has to happen. And someone can make that accusation. They have to. The ethics commissioner has to look at it. But at that point, in the public eye, if they've got the big blowhorn of the media, and the media says, yeah, this is they can just say that they're under investigation. Well, most people would say, oh my goodness, these guys must be bad. But they don't find out later on until after the investigation that they were not, doing something wrong, because it's usually buried. Nobody wants to read that kind of article. So I just think that this takes the politicization out of the whole process. And I think this is very reasonable, and I hope that all members will vote in favor of this.
Open up the floor again. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. Any other motions? MLA Hunter.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to clarify that with respect to a minister, the management of residential rental properties does not constitute carrying on a business for the purpose of Section 21. That's correct, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
This recommendation is in line with the former Ethics Commissioner's recommendation C16. Managing rental properties is technically considered to be carrying on a business under the Act, but would normally not result in a conflict of interest. As the Act is currently drafted, unwarranted expenses are incurred to transfer the residential properties to place the residential properties in a blind or management trust to comply with the Act. Now, I will just add a little more color to this. There are some ministers that we have that that this is affecting. But in the event that there was a change in government, I do know that there are also members from the opposite benches that would probably also benefit from us making this change. Rental properties, this is a way of being able to create wealth. This is something that we shouldn't be, well, it's different than investments in terms of stocks, because you could certainly see where there'd be a conflict of interest there. But for rental properties, I don't see any reason why we can't pull that out.
Open up the floor. MLA Ellingson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking from one of those members opposite that if I did become a minister would apply, because I do own rental properties. The conflict of interest, the Ethics Commissioner's report did talk about how many rental properties. And so this motion doesn't put a limit. So I think the Ethics Commissioner, the previous Ethics Commissioner, was saying, yes, if it's a few rental properties, but the motion doesn't specifically mention those few rental properties. So I think maybe the motion could be improved to reflect what is in the report. So the report suggests that managing up to 4, but perhaps the members opposite or the committee might consider like an amendment to this motion to include that suggestion of up to 4. Or maybe there's a discussion on what the committee feels is not constituting running a business and what is.
Open it up to discussions. Emily Hunter.
We can make an amendment to it from what I understand. So, but
with the consent of the committee, but
look, I think that in this situation, I'm not sure whether or not 4 was like what kind of evidence she said why we need to have 4 or 3 or 6 or whatever. I don't know whether or not there's an answer to that. I don't know. But in this situation, I don't think we have to be as prescriptive. I think that the rental property is very different than other investments in businesses that could be construed as a conflict of interest. And so I'm not in favor of being prescriptive on this one.
I've got MLAs. Well, do we want to do MLA Ellingson then Sabir? I think this is kind of going back and forth with our conversations.
Yeah, I guess I'll just throw in that I do think that the size or the number of properties would have influence on whether or not it's conflict of interest or not. I think that when we are considering like carrying on a business and placing a business in trust, I'm not going to presume to know like how many rental properties other people may own, but I'm just going to throw it there that if you own 20 or 30 or 50 rental properties, I think this would be considered to be carrying on a business and that you should be placing it in trust.
And then MLA Sabir.
Thank you, Chair. I do echo what MLA Ellingson said, that carrying on a business, like those are the kind of phrases that are also used in tax code. And it's one thing that you have 3-4 properties that you rent out, you built it over time, but it's quite different that you have, for instance, 10% of the market share of rental properties. There are landlords in Alberta, 2-3 of them, not 10%, but they have significant share. So to exempt members or ministers from the requirement of putting their properties in blind trust, that's completely a different thing than exempting those property owners altogether. So this one is far too broad, and I think I do want to seek floor's permission to introduce a friendly amendment where I will put a limit at 5 properties. If Commissioner said 4, I will put it maybe 1 above.
Yeah, and not that the chair is going to enter debate, but he too looked at the recommendations from the commissioner and didn't find any substantiated information on the rationale. It was just a number. So I would put that back to the floor for this conversation. I think it's germane to the motion. I'll let this continue for a bit more. So anything else to add or questions, comments on this? Yeah, I'll just first, and if there's indeed an amendment being moved formally, then we have to address that. So open for debate and conversation on the conversation of having no versus the 4 that were recommended versus potentially another number. So any comment, concerns?
I have sought, Chair, just for clarification, I have sought committee's permission to introduce an amendment.
Apologize. I thought it was part of your argument. So you are seeking at this time to an amendment to the number of, please repeat back in the record.
I think I provided what I want to add in terms of language, that I want to add a specific number, but I think I need permission of the committee, if I'm not wrong, to introduce that amendment.
So
first
just for clarity, because I'm getting a little bit of contradictory items here while we're having conversations. For the chair's edification, you're looking to seek approval for an amendment to be moved from the floor to this motion, and the number you're looking to present is 5, for clarity. Okay. Yeah, Emily Hunter?
Clarity here. What he's asking for is unanimous consent, isn't he? Or the majority?
Majority.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand that. Okay. So is he actually bringing forward the motion?
It would be the request from the committee for majority to allow an amendment to be brought to the floor on this motion. Oh, please go ahead for clarity in case the chair needs some, which usually is the case.
So there's a rule that the chair has imposed under Standing Order 52.041 that motions and amendments notice needs to be provided for them. So this motion, notice was provided for it. Someone wants to move amendment, notice was not provided for that amendment. So a member is seeking the approval of this committee, which is just majority approval, to waive notice. And if that approval is given, the member will then move the amendment. Does that make sense?
That's what I thought.
And can I just add?
Absolutely, please do.
And so, just so the committee, if I just want to clarify, so I understand, and so all committee members understand what they're being asked to waive notice for. So it would be an amendment that would add the words after the management of up to 5 residential rental properties, if I'm understanding that correctly. That would be the amendment you're seeking consent to move.
Yeah, I want to make it a friendly amendment, so that's why I'm presenting it. That's my intention.
The first part of not having it on notice. So typically we've done in other committees that the chair has chaired.
At this point, that's the motion.
Correct. And then for clarity, that people understand what the motion is or what the amendment would be that you're bringing forward. So we've got both of those in context now. Otherwise, you could bring something completely different, and then we have to debate that. Okay. So having heard that, I'm willing to put it to discussion on allowing it to come forward. So, Emily Weep.
Yeah, I don't know what, we need clarity on what 5 properties are. Is it a property, a building with a number of units? What is 5 properties?
Yeah, and so for clarity, this is where it gets a little bit goofy. You can't, the clarity is at this point, it's a 2-part process. It's almost like bringing the first reading of the House for commonality's sake here, where simply having discussion on the merit of it not being on notice prior to and allowing it to come in. If that is accepted by the committee, then you can debate and have the conversation on the substance of the actual amendment itself. So the only question or the open for conversation now would be the rationale, the reason for bringing it forward at this time, not the actual amendment itself. So he's seeking permission to bring an amendment that wasn't put on notice prior. And that would be the open conversation that we're having. So if there's, okay, Ellingson, MLA Ellingson. We were doing so good on time. This is great. Trying to.
I think I will just note that this committee does have precedent bringing motions forward without prior notice, and that consent was granted by the committee.
Okay, and that was germane, and that's how you do it, folks at home, they're following along. Any other questions on the merit of bringing forward this amendment from the floor that was put on notice? Seeing none, I'll ask the question then. All in favor of allowing the amendment to come forward to the committee, please say aye. Yes. All those opposed, please say no. No. Okay, that's defeated, and then we're back on the main motion. So, is there any other debate on the motion itself? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, as written and presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. Additional motions to be brought forward by members. MLA Rosewell.
I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended to require a member to request the approval of the Ethics Commissioner before accepting an offer of travel on a non-commercial chartered or private aircraft. This proposed change would ensure that members seek the Ethics Commissioner's advice prior to taking any flight on a non-commercial aircraft. Oh, I'm sorry, I did it again. That looks right.
That looks right? Okay, did you want to carry on in your argument? Reason,
yeah, I was just saying that it would give everyone clarity to seek the approval of the Ethics Commission.
Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am proud to announce that I support this motion as well. I think we've seen in Alberta history the use of such methods of transportation, and providing this clarity to Albertans is a good thing. So I would gladly support this motion.
Any other members wishing to speak? Amelia Sabir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Personally, I've been a member for almost 10 years now, or at least in my 10th year, and I haven't traveled on even a commercial aircraft between Calgary and Edmonton. Didn't hear it coming in any submissions, but again, as members said, that's fine. We can support that as long as there is some process in place to seek approval.
And I know the chair can't enter debate, but as the only pilot in the room, and I think in the assembly, when I fly, I'm allowed to use my own aircraft. My concern on this one, honestly, is I'm going to be talking to those guys lots because the folks in my community, it's like me catching a ride with one of my buddies in his car. So we'll have to work that out of how that works. Because again, if I have to go every single time that I go to catch a ride with one of my friends in an air tour or something of the likes, it gets pretty bonkers for everybody. So the chair would be seeking that out later if this was the will of the committee to pass this, of how that impacts his life. So we'll figure that one out.
I hope that's not the motivation behind it.
No, because if I were voting, I'd probably be voting against, quite honestly. But in that case. So with that, is there any other further conversations or debate? Okay, having heard the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. Any other motions? MLA Ellingson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to cycle back in time to prior to the bio break and seek permission from the committee to introduce a motion from the floor.
Okay, so with that, similar to the amendment conversation we had, we're only looking for the committee's approval and conversation on bringing a motion forward from the floor without prior written notice.
Is it, sorry,
yeah, MLA Hunter.
just a motion or motions?
It would be a single motion at a time if there is anything coming from the floor, given the item that the clerk so eloquently 10.2.5 points, I don't know, whatever though. So it was the prior motion or notice motion. Okay. And so having heard that, I would put it to the for discussion here, it would be, are we willing as a committee to allow something that wasn't previously put on notice to come forward? That's the question.
It's described as it is, so that they know what they're.
And similar to the smart aleck comment I made to honorable member to your right, you have to kind of tell us what it's about before everyone gets into the bag here. So give us an indication of what that is, but the first part of the conversation is only from allowing something that wasn't put on notice to come to the floor.
Yeah, sure. Not required, but I'll provide. This is just the conversation earlier with respect to code of conduct and how the Conflict of Interest Act does mention that the Lieutenant Governor may create a code of conduct for staff of the Premier and Minister's offices. This motion is just to double down on that and say if this is an argument that's being made to substantiate previous motions 5 and 6, this would make motions 5 and 6 be able to stand on their legs.
And what we're going to do here, just to make sure that everyone's comfortable with it, is we'll get, I believe, what you've just described up on the screen as best as we can, just so everyone's aware of what you're proposing to bring forward. If technology works. The chair too much and his back is getting sore, so we're getting pretty close here to the lunch. All right, so have a look at that, MLA Ellingson. And
Yep.
Is that consistent?
Yep.
Okay, so two parts here, folks. Are you willing to allow MLA Ellingson to move from the floor? That's the question. Okay, I'll ask the question. All those in favor of allowing MLA Ellingson to move this motion from the floor without prior consent or prior notice, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. So please proceed with reading your motion into the record, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Committee recommend that in section 23.4 sub 1 require the Lieutenant Governor and Council to establish a code of conduct applicable to the Premier's office and Minister's office.
Okay. And rationale for that?
Yeah. So the rationale is that in the previously committee approved motions 5 and motion 6, where especially motion 6, where it said that the chief of staff would be responsible for investigating an alleged breach of the code of conduct, referring back to the Conflict of Interest Act, where the Conflict of Interest Act currently says that the Lieutenant Governor may create a code of conduct. So if there is no code of conduct in place, then the motion 6 earlier would be a challenge. And so I'm suggesting that we require that code of conduct be in place, and so that allows motion 6 to be able to move forward.
Excellent. So having heard that, MLA Hunter?
I just wanted to clarify, the motion says the Lieutenant Governor in Council, which means Cabinet. He knows that. I hope he knows that.
The Conflict of Interest Act said, I think, Lieutenant Governor?
Lieutenant Governor in Council, not Lieutenant Governor. So
Lieutenant
Governor
Lieutenant
will
Governor
not be
in Council.
doing this. This will
Correct.
be Lieutenant Governor,
Yeah.
which is Cabinet. I just wanted to make sure you understood this. Okay.
Correct.
All right. There is already a code of conduct in place, Mr. Chair, so I don't believe that this is needed. The Lieutenant Governor in Council, in other words, Cabinet, does have a code of conduct already in place in order to be able to address these issues.
Okay. Did you want to follow up with that, MLA Ellingson?
I guess I will just say that if we pass this motion, you would not be able to, at some future point, remove a code of conduct if it is in place. The current Conflict of Interest Act, I think, would allow a code of conduct to be removed. This would not allow it to be removed.
MLA Hunter?
One more point here. Minister Sabir, or he used to be a Minister Sabir, that's why he is considered as Honorable Irfan Sabir. I was also a minister. He is well aware, as I am, that when you have to recuse yourself from these things, that is standard practice, that has happened, that is part of the code of conduct. And that happens on a regular basis, just so you know. I think that this is not needed because it is already the standard practice and already in the code of practice, or code of conduct. So and again, I don't believe that the member has not been a minister, so he wouldn't know that, but I do want to let him know that is how the process works.
And then open up for further discussion. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Okay, motion's defeated. Any other surprises from the crowd? MLA Hunter.
Sorry to bring some more surprises on between us and lunch, but I've got one more here.
Yeah, please proceed.
A couple more, actually. I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Committee permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041. And so you want me to tell you what it is that I'm doing?
Tell us what it is, what you're up to.
I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to provide increased procedural fairness for the subject of an investigation, including the right to appeal interim decisions of the Ethics Commissioner with respect to how an investigation is conducted.
Okay, let's see if we are able to get that on the screen. And to be clear again, folks, it's two parts. It's the first part is the acceptance of the committee by majority to allow this to be brought from the floor without prior approval. And if it's accepted at that point, then the debate turns to the motion at hand itself, which will be reread into the record. And I'm getting a nod from Trafton, so he's finally got the training wheels off me a little bit, so I'll see what I can do here. It's just on the screen now there. MLA Hunter, does that look accurate for you?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll open it up for conversations, questions, concerns, etc., debate on the ability to bring this from the floor without prior notice. MLA Sabir.
Thank you. It would have been better if we have some understanding why we want to subject interim decisions of Ethics Commissioner to appeal, because we do have
it's not in the substance of the motion yet. It's just talking about the motion itself of allowing it to come in. Then we can get into that portion.
Okay, so I won't be supporting this. It's not needed.
Okay. Any other debate? MLA Ellingson, and again, it's on similar to what we just did with yours.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciating that I did just bring a motion and got consent from committee to bring it from the floor. But that motion was based like on the fly from arguments that we heard in debate from other motions. This is not that case. This is a motion that could have been presented in advance for the committee, for us to have had the opportunity to read it and debate it. Like, think of what our debating arguments would be. There's no reason for this not to have been submitted in advance. I don't think that we should accept it.
Any other comments? Okay, I'll call the question, and again, it's to allow this to come to the floor without prior notice. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Okay, motion's carried. And now MLA Hunter, you're on the substance of your motion to be able to read it into the record and then present, and then we'll open it up for arguments and debate.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. Investigations into conflicts of interest can have serious personal and professional consequences. This motion ensures that individuals are treated fairly throughout the process.
Excellent, and I'll get you to read into the record that you're moving this motion.
Sorry. Oh, I apologize. I moved by myself that the Special Select Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended to provide increased procedural fairness for the subject of an investigation, including the right to appeal interim decisions of the Ethics Commissioner with respect to how an investigation is conducted.
Okay, and then if you're interested, you are inclined, you can give your arguments.
Okay. Do you want me to start from the beginning, or?
Oh, no, whatever you want.
Okay,
just to make
just
your
start
case.
off where I was at there.
Yep.
The ability to appeal interim decisions could give the subject of an investigation a process that allows for corrections if something seems unfair or improperly handled. Allowing appeals ensures that the process is more transparent and holds the Ethics Commissioner accountable. Including the right to appeal decisions during the investigation is part of due process and would make sure that investigations under the Conflicts of Interest Act are not only thorough, but also fair for all parties involved.
Okay, and with that, we'll open up the floor for comments, questions, concerns, and debate. MLA Arkan Paul. See, he raised his hand. He gets my attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's already some routes under the current the current act under subsection 10 of 25. Particularly, the Ethics Commissioner may refuse to investigate or may cease an investigation if the Ethics Commissioner is of the opinion the request is frivolous or vexatious, or there are insufficient grounds to warrant an investigation or the continuation of an investigation. Those would be, understandably, the only grounds in which an investigation would be appealed, to my knowledge. I would worry that including this type of language in the Conflict of Interest Act would allow members to escape scrutiny under the Ethics Commissioner. I don't think that that is proper. I think that we should have the ability under the current draft to make those inquiries and say, well, Mr. Ethics Commissioner or Mrs. Ethics Commissioner, as the time may come, you can cease to continue an investigation under the current draft, under the current act. So this motion, although I don't understand why the member opposite wanted to bring this last minute, I would worry that the disclosure and the ability for the Ethics Commissioner to investigate will be hampered by this motion. I would be very cautious about supporting this. I don't think I would support this in its current draft, but I would urge us to really consider what the rights are of the Ethics Commissioner under the current act, and preventing our ability to make those changes to these specific sections that I referenced, specifically 2510. We would want to have more clarity and I think more of an assessment on this motion before moving forward.
Any other members wishing to speak? MLA Spear.
Thank you. I think when we kind of look at these motions, like in the totality of discussion that we had since this morning, on one hand, the government members have recommended that Ethics Commissioner is not a judge. He should not be able to compel witnesses. He should not be able to compel evidence. He should not be able to administer oath. And at the same time, we want to kind of subject Ethics Commissioner's Office decision, even interim decision, to more appeals and essentially creating more delays. I don't think that it's helpful. It will just I guess, create more avenues for delays and questioning ethics commissioner's decision. Ethics commissioner has a very limited role in that, important, but limited in that they are responsible for this conflict of interest act primarily, and to make sure that government, members of the legislature, and senior staff, those in the positions of power and influence, they are conducting themselves in an ethical manner. So it's not a court of law in the technical meaning of that term. So all these motions are watering down ethics commissioner's power, ethics commissioner oversight function, in creating more hurdles, creating more avenues to challenge ethics commissioner. So if we implement all these motions, I won't prejudge what legislature will decide, but then we will not have any functional office of the ethics commissioner. So members should think about it. We are a democratic state, we're a democratic province, not state, and we should have strong ethical rules and functional commissioner office to implement those. It's deeply disappointing to see those kind of motions, and I urge all members to oppose these.
MLA Hunter and then MLA Ellingson.
I will just, before the vote, I will just make one last comment, and that is that I believe in every agency's boards and commission, there is an appeals process. And so for the member to say that we shouldn't have an appeals process here, I guess my question is, should we not have an appeals process on every other agency's boards and commission?
Okay, and then MLA Ellingson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I think my comment will build on MLA Hunter's comment that the appeals process is for a decision that has been made. An interim decision is simply whether or not an investigation would proceed or not. That the appeals process that I think that you might be referring to that we need to have is on the completion of an investigation that then you could appeal. But an interim decision is simply whether or not you would proceed. And in a previous motion brought forward and passed was to clarify that a breach of the Act by a member must only be based on a specific decision or action by that member. So if that hurdle is already being passed for an interim decision, I guess I would be challenged as to like why we would be having an appeal at that time. I think if we were making an argument about an appeal, it's after the investigation has taken place. Interim decision is before there's been an investigation. It seems, as my colleague MLA Sabir was saying, if we bring forward something like this, we are completely eroding any ability for the Office of the Ethics Commissioner to do any of their work.
Any other further arguments? Okay, the chair is prepared to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. And with that, right at noon, some members will take a 45-minute break, and we'll return for proceedings after that. Welcome back, folks. It's 12:45 according to my watch. It might be different on yours, but we're just getting settled in here. So with that, members, we are continuing with our proceedings. So with that, I'll put the question to the floor. If there are any motions to present to the committee. MLA Hunter.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Committee permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice, having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041.
Okay, and with that, just so all members are clear, similar to prior to the break, this was not put on notice with the 1 week notice. So the first part of the question is asking if we'd allowed to come without that notice period. And then the second part, if that's proceeding with, then we'll get to the motion itself. So just let us know what the item is so we can carry on with that. So
Sure,
please proceed.
so the motion reads as follow, Mr. Chair. Moved by myself that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended in sections 23.1 and 23.7 by A, reducing the applicable restriction period to 6 months, and B, prohibiting subsequent employment only if that employment is directly connected with an ongoing matter with which the former minister or former member of the Premier's office, Premier's or Minister's staff directly acted or advised.
Can we throw that on the screen, clerk? It never fails to amaze me how quick you can type. So just have a look and see if that's what the intent was.
That is correct.
Okay, so with that, put it open for conversation, debate of allowing something to come to the floor that hasn't been previously put on notice. Any debate?
So at this point, I think we are just talking about whether it should proceed or not.
Correct.
So I would say no. Reason being that we had more than enough time to think through these changes, to review submissions and make those motions.
Any other?
That process
sorry,
itself was important because these are technical changes, so they give us opportunity to review them, research them if needed, consult with somebody. And I think putting us through that without any technical advice, anything, that's a disservice, and with that I would say that we should not allow motions from the floor.
Okay, any other further comments on this? MLA Yip?
Further to MLA Sabir's comments, I think for the purposes of ensuring fair debate on this committee, we should really only consider emergent or emerging issues when motions of this nature are presented. In this particular case, this is not an emergent issue. Clearly, it's been thought through, and I think the purposes of having a notice for particular motions is to ensure that all members have the opportunity to prepare and to think about the motions. This, I think, contravenes the spirit of that, and it is not an emergent issue, and so I will not support it.
Okay, thank you. Any other further debate? Okay, hearing none, I am prepared to call the question. So all those in favor for allowing the motion to come to the floor without previous notice, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. MLA Hunter, please proceed with reading into your motion into the record.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that the Select Special Conflicts of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflicts of Interest Act be amended in sections 23.1 and 23.7 by A, reducing the applicable restriction period to 6 months, and B, prohibiting subsequent employment only if that employment is directly connected with an ongoing matter with which the former minister or former member of the Premier's or Minister's staff directly acted or advised.
Okay, and please carry on with your arguments or supporting information.
So this change is in line with the employment restrictions in jurisdictions like Nova Scotia. The current restrictions serve as a deterrent to skilled, qualified, and competent individuals from applying for government positions. The proposed changes would allow for more flexibility in the employment for former ministers and political staff while still maintaining safeguards against undue influence. The proposed change to limit the restriction to employment directly connected to a file or to the specific issues someone worked on, we would ensure that the restriction is fair and not overly broad or unnecessarily limiting, while still protecting against potential conflicts or undue influence. Under the current system, restrictions often prohibit individuals from taking up roles in the public or private sector that may be of significant value to both the individual and society as a whole. This long period of time can restrict career mobility and limit the ability of talented professionals to use their expertise in other roles, particularly for younger professionals with limited experience outside government. By reducing the restriction period to 6 months and focusing employment prohibitions only on direct conflicts of interest, the motion will allow former ministers and political staff to transition into new roles more effectively. This change is in line with the employment restrictions in jurisdictions such as Nova Scotia, as I said earlier. And I will just add a little bit more color to this. In 2019, in the election, when the NDP lost their position as the governing party, there were many ministers that lost their jobs in that election. A person who I consider a friend, Margaret McQuaid Boyd, under those restrictions, was not able to find work. She's now doing some really good work that I think is helpful to our society as a whole. But this would make it more in line with, you wouldn't have to take off so much time. There would be a cooling off period, but not as much time. And I think that would have been helpful for her and some of the other ministers as well that have, I disagreed with some of their positions on things, but they certainly had a lot to offer still to society. There were some fairly young ministers that were in there that lost their job as a minister, but they should not lose their ability to provide for Albertans because of these restrictions. So that is the rationale for this, and I hope that all members will support it.
We'll open the floor to discussion. MLA Sabir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I will be speaking against this, and I will explain the reason for that. A recommendation is contained in former Commissioner Trussler's submission, and she wasn't concerned about this period change. Rather, she was recommending that restriction exists for ministers for 12 months, and there are no restrictions for MLAs after. So she was recommending that during the course of employment, they do get considerable influence, contacts, so there should be a 6-month restriction. While what this provision is doing, not sure what it's exactly doing, but this is not implementing Commissioner Trussler's recommendation. Nothing can be further from that recommendation. So I think if member wants to take time and revise it to make it what Commissioner is recommending, we are open to considering it, but as it's drafted, I think we should be voting against it, and I will urge members to do so.
Open up for floor for further debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. I hesitate to ask, but there's another one. Okay. MLA Roswell.
Hi. Move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Committee permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041. And the motion will read as follows. Move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended as follows. A, require the Ethics Commissioner to inform an individual who is involved in an investigation of, 1, the identity of the person being investigated, and 2, the specific allegations made against the person being investigated, and B, require an individual referred to in Clause A to keep confidential any information provided to that individual in respect of the identity of the person being investigated and the specific allegations made against the person being investigated.
Okay, thank you for that. That one sounds vaguely familiar from a little earlier today. Open that one up for discussion here on, again, allowing this one to be moved from the floor without prior notice. MLA Sabir?
I think similar arguments will apply, that we had ample time to put together these motions, and just hearing the draft motion, pretty prescriptive, and not enough time to analyze everything that's proposed on the cuff of the cuff. So with that, I think I would say that we should not allow motions from the floor and reject this proposal.
Any other further discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor for allowing this motion to come from the floor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. So if you could read it back into the record here now that the motion is actually on the table. Please proceed, MLA Roswell.
Move that the Select Special Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee recommend that the Conflict of Interest Act be amended as follows. A, require the Ethics Commissioner to inform any individual who is involved in an investigation of, 1, the identity of the person being investigated, and 2, specific allegations made against the person being investigated, and B, require the individual referred to in Clause A to keep confidential any information provided to that individual in respect of the identity of the person being investigated and the specific allegations made against the person being investigated.
We'll open up for any conversations there or discussion. Yeah, please carry free.
I just wanted to introduce an updated version. And it's important that if a witness is called, that they are aware of what they're being called about. But as the members opposite mentioned, we need to protect the confidentiality in the process and the person who is subject to the investigation. So the first one was about the subject. This kind of allows the witness to get the information before they're questioned and to protect the confidentiality again of everyone involved. So, yeah.
Okay, with that, any further discussion? MLA Archambault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the clarity being sought in this amendment to the earlier motion that was proposed. I guess keeping the information confidential also runs a risk of that. I still am not convinced that the confidentiality is going to be followed by potential witnesses that are related in this investigation, because the way it's presently drafted, and my concerns earlier today were related to the informing of any individual involved in the investigation. So the language is very broad to provide the identity of the member, because it is member, I guess it could be senior staff within the minister's and the premier's office. Oh, not anymore. Yeah, sorry, I guess that has changed. So my concern is still valid. I don't see that this clarification does what it's intending to do, which is to keep that information confidential. But I guess I digress because my concern still stands.
Any other further conversation, discussion on this? Seeing none, I am. Oh. Are you putting your hand up?
Like, there are those privacy concerns, and from simple, like, legal drafting standpoint, this motion, I guess, runs afoul to the spirit of motion that Member Ron V presented, that legislation motions be drafted in a way that are understandable And again, when I read it, require the ethics commissioner to inform any individual who is involved in an investigation of the identity of person being investigated. That's way too broad. That's way too kind of too much into the weeds of the business of investigation, that ethics commissioner should determine that what's better. We already have motions that, if passed, will ensure that there is procedural fairness, that there is certain safeguards in place. So I don't think that we need to be that prescriptive when it comes to ethics commissioner's investigative function. These motions are not well researched, not well thought out, and should be turned down.
We'll open the floor for any further discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Motion carried. Anything else members want to bring forward? Going once, twice. Excellent. So honorable members, the committee has now conducted its deliberations and reached the stage of its review, and where the considerations prepared in the report to the Assembly, I'd like to call upon Ms. Robert. Robert, we'll make sure we get that correct. Clerk of Journals and Committees to discuss the process of drafting the report in Assembly and explain about the minority reports. Ms. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll just quickly go over, particularly for the benefit of members who have not been through this process before, at the end of a committee's review, once it's conducted its deliberations, moved its motions for recommendations, a committee will typically direct the Legislative Assembly Office to put together a draft report that would be eventually tabled by the chair in the Assembly if the Assembly was sitting, and if not, then filed intercessionally. There's a process for that. The content of these reports will typically include the activities of the committee, the type of consultation work the committee undertook. It will also include an executive summary with all recommendations that were agreed to by the committee. And then in the main body of the report, each of the recommendations will be described with the context around the decision that was made at the committee room table, in order to give a really broad sense of how the committee came to a particular decision. And then that's sort of the main body of the report, and then each of the people and organizations that made submissions, either written or orally to the committee, that they're listed at the end of the report. And that's basically the content of it. In Alberta, minority reports are permitted to be appended to reports, and so the chair perhaps would have some advice on what the timing of that might be. I think we have to, this report needs to be filed by January 15th. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Yes. So the report will need to be drafted and then presented to the committee for review. And then once it's finalized and approved, time needs to be given for a minority report if anybody wanted to submit one, and then that would be just attached to the back of the report, and then the entire thing would just be filed by the chair of the committee. So that's the basic process. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have about it. Thanks.
I'll open up MLA Sabir.
I think that's more a process kind of question. We do strongly disagree with certain motions, and we may not disagree with everything that committee has done. Is it possible to share that draft of the report with us before we can make a determination what we should include in minority decision?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that logically makes the most sense. In order to disagree with the report, you need to see the report. So I think, so it's just a matter of sorting out timelines, given that January 15th is the hard date. So
let's maybe work through that, and it's the chicken and the egg scenario in that. So if we were to walk through a tentative timeline, supposing that the committee agreed to the report to go ahead as we're talking about here in the agenda, how long would it take for your team to put that together? And being cognizant of a certain time of year that we're in with the Christmas season, I want to make sure you guys aren't working through it again this year, so.
Yeah, so the office, I believe, closes on the 24th and is back open on the 2nd of January, and so I haven't had a chance to talk to the researcher about this, but I would think a couple of weeks.
I don't know if we can get the report out before Christmas, but I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, well, that's,
So that would put us the week of, let's say the week of the first week in January, correct? Would that give you enough time?
so if we had it out the first week of January, and then there would be 2 weeks left, or 1.5 weeks left before the report would have to be filed, so.
And if we gave all the committee members to look at it for that week, knowing the hard date's the 15th?
For us, 1 week should be enough.
Okay.
Enough? Okay, so does that
work then?
basic
Yep.
timeline work for everyone? Okay.
Okay, good. Good. Any other further questions? All right, moving right along here. So I need to call for a motion that the Special Select Conflicts of Interest Act Committee direct the Legislative Assembly Office to prepare a final draft report in the committee's review of the Conflicts of Interest Act, and authorize the chair to approve the final draft report of the committee after the committee members have had an opportunity to review and provide comments of the draft report. Is anyone prepared to that? All in favor? Do you want a discussion? Oh, do you want to talk about it anymore? You want to talk about that? Yeah, Melly,
Quick
sure.
comment, Chair, that motion, I guess, is taking into account what Nancy just said, right?
That's the intent.
Okay.
Yep. Any more discussion? Okay, I'll put it to call the question, then all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. See, I even asked for them to say no, even though they said aye. Motion carried. Approval of final minutes. So honorable members, this may be the final meeting of this committee. Thank you, everybody, for your attention and participation. The practice is similar to special committees that have been authorized by the chair to approve the final set of meeting minutes for the record of the assembly after members have an opportunity to review them. I would like to open the floor to comments, questions, or motions on this matter, and essentially means we don't all have to get together to do it. Once you read the meeting minutes, if you're going to give the chair authorization, once the committee's approved of them, then I can take care of the administrative work with the clerks from there on without having to come back together again. So open that up to comments. Excellent. If there is anyone who would like to move to that effect, that the Special Selects Conflict of Interest Act Review Committee authorize the chair to approve the draft meeting minutes of the December 11th, 2024 meeting of the committee, and after they've been circulated to the committee members for review. Excellent. So moved. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried. Any other business? Next date of the next meeting? We don't have one. Not tomorrow. Yeah, everyone, you worked really hard for this. All I do want to say is thank you for everyone's efforts in doing this and really keeping this thing on tact and on time. And we just saved ourselves from having to come back tomorrow, so gold stars for everybody. And also like to thank all the committee members, obviously all the staff that have helped us out through this process, answering our questions, the clerks and the table for keeping the chair within the guardrails when required. And moreover, to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas, travel safe, God bless, and take some well-deserved time off. With that, I would love to ask for some adjournment here. MLA Weeb, so moved. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carried. Take care, folks.